Halloween is over. Am I over the season? No, no, because I have some. Yeah, I got a new intro, and I got it in time for Halloween. I just didn't get time to stream in time for Halloween, so it's still a little spooky over here. Okay, that's just how I need to do it. I love my new intro, or the Halloween temporary intro, I guess. And I had more spooky stuff like this one, so I needed to use it because I haven't streamed as much as I had planned. But hey, we're here now, right? I hope you're all having a good day so far. I can see that Stina has left her DNA. She has some fun stuff to do today, so she's only staying for a little bit. And hello, Tracy. How are you doing? Good to see you. So, I am here today. I hope um, this is going to be some fun hanging out time. My ugly Christmas sweater is finished. I am gonna wear it because it's chilly in here. So that's awesome that I can wear my ugly sweater, and it's actually gonna fill a function. We can also. Okay, I'm sorry for flashing lights, but this it has lights. We have different speeds of lights, or just staticky lights, or nothing. Let's keep it like that. I don't think that's gonna be as disturbing as the very flashy lights. So bougie and cheers. I hope we're gonna have some nice time together here. I know that last time I streamed, I think it was last time, I wanted to talk about my new hat, but it was too far away. So this is my new winter hat. And I really love it. I got this yarn from Rita. I think did she get this yarn from someone in the UK? I know it was someone in the UK. I don't remember who, but I really love the colors and they are definitely a good fit for me. Good morning and good day. Mr. Broccoli is in the house. How are you doing? Tracy is getting better every day. That is awesome. Very awesome. So, yeah, that's I wanted to show that and now I have because I forgot it. Yeah. I don't remember what the pattern was. It was a YouTube tutorial of something slouchy. Now I don't remember, but it's a ribbed part and the yarn is all of these fun colors. And then it's like um a single crochet and a double crochet, and then you skip a stitch, and then you only work in the single crochets, make a single crochet, double crochet. Fun colors. Fun colors. Rosie Posy, you love the hat. Thank you. Yeah, it's really cozy. It's really cozy. And Suzanne, you're watching two other lives now, so you're going to be in the scrap basket. Well, I did say that the title of this is Updated Funsies. We did see a new intro, a spooky intro, but how about we go and take a look at the scrap basket? Some of the stuff isn't really changed. Some have some small changes, but the music is changed. So let's go check out the scrap basket. Just me, or have we missed my silly little videos? I have missed them, and now they're here. So now I can have fun with those again. Um, we can do something really special. We can thank my members because I love you guys. Yay! I'm not gonna show all of you everything at once. Let's keep some to ourselves for a little bit. My sweater looks cozy. It is cozy. It's nice. It was a fast make. Double-stranded worsted weight yarn and a 10mm hook. The link to the pattern is down in the description. I was good to fix that in advance even. And I know Stina's gonna love this because Stina already made hers ultimate sacrifice shawl. So I've been working on it on the bus and whatnot recently. This is what mine looks like at the moment. We have Halloween Twister in, is it pumpkin spice or is that the dahlia? It's pumpkin orange to brown. And I still have a bit to go. But this is how it looks so far. I think you can see the colors blend really nice in this colorway. They are really fading slowly. And we have about this much left, so there's quite some rows left. And an even darker edge than what we have. So I will be working a little bit on this for a bit. I have other things I could work on too, but this one is really simple. So I don't have to refer to the pattern and I can just easily hang out. I did spend some time with my mother yesterday and I can tell because I had this shawl with me. I was working on it a little bit at her place and she has a lot of perfumey like room sprays and whatnot. So it smells like at my mom's place. Yeah, my jacket did also have a little bit of a different scent when I came home yesterday, but that's just how it is. Let you know the final measurements. Yes, I can definitely do that. Before or after blocking? I'm not sure I'm going to block it right away, but gorgeous colors for literally any time of the year. Are we talking about the cardigan? I can stand up. We can look at the ugly Christmas cardigan a little bit better. Let's not get my chair stuck in the wheels of the clothing rack. I did put a different type of edging at the bottom. This is the neckline that's in the pattern. The cuffs are like this in the pattern, single crochets. And the bottom was supposed to be like these single crochets, but I do like this ribbing-esque back post, front post ribbing a little bit better. So I did put that at the bottom because I thought that would be more cute. I don't know. I don't know if that was the good or not decision or if I should have decreased it a little bit. It feels like it's flaring out more than, maybe it's just my hips. I don't know. But solid color cuffs, and I figured that would be good with all these different colors going on because all of the other places there's two strands held together in different colors. So even here where it looks kind of, yeah, it's a gray and a beige. Same here, we got gray and beige. So it kind of looks more solid maybe than where the greens and whatnots are going on. And all the way through the sleeves, we have sparkly yarn, but I don't know if that's actually showing. We have an icy blue sparkle yarn going all the way through here. Maybe we can see some of the sparkles. There's no sparkles in the body, just in the arms. But I'm happy with how warm it is. That is what I'm happy with. And it does have a nice fit. Hello, Elaine. You'll be watching on TV. So I'll be big. Really big. You love the colors of the shawl. Thank you, Tracy. After blocking is probably more valid as you blocked mine when you measured yours. Yeah, because you had Stina made hers in, was it a dahlia cake? So I have 200 meters more yarn than she has to play with. So of course mine is gonna be bigger. 3.5 millimeter crochet hook. I don't know what hook size you used, but that's what I have to play with. So what is everyone's plan today? My plan is to just hang out with you for a long time. The a tutorial for this one? No, there's a free pattern on the hobby website, and it's linked down below. You also use the 3.5 millimeter crochet hook, so I guess tension could be a little bit different, but pretty similar stuff to measure from. That is nice. The cardigan, or yeah, my top thing. It's or sweater. I don't know. We call it whatever. Um, it is 2 strands of worsted weight yarn and a 10 millimeter hook, and it was really fast to make it, but it was for sure really tiresome for my hand. 10 millimeter hook and just moving everything around big and chunky. It was not very easy, not very convenient as it started to become bigger. So that was, yeah, um, a good palette cleanser for all my working on thin yarns like I normally do. It worked up really fast. So that was really nice, actually. Oh, there we go. And just before I sat down, I had some limited edition, like this type of season only yogurt with gingerbread cookies and vanilla flavor. So it was like the flavor of gingerbread cookies and vanilla. No cookie crumbs or anything, just the flavor. It was a little bit different. I guess I could have just put cinnamon or something on the yogurt and have similar flavor thing, but I like these like limited edition stuff. I do have a limited edition chocolate bar, which is gingerbread cookie and orange flavored milk chocolate. Also very, very nice. So I have that to nibble on a little bit in case you're curious. I have that. And I have my bougie wine glass with Coca-Cola and some water. And I have prepared to hang out for quite some time today. So if you have things to do, you may find me still here after you've done them. It's one of them days where I actually can do that, which is nice. No kids, no nothing. Hopefully, no interferences. I will have to say goodnight to Minnie, and when I do that, she will get to see me on TV, and you'll hear me speak Swedish for a bit. I'm guessing in about half an hour or so, which I will feel very silly, of course, but she seemed to be okay with that last time, and there was a lot of you guys also saying goodnight to her in the chat, which was awesome. But I think we're going to be okay with that. It's not the worst thing in the world to hear me speak Swedish, even though I feel very odd about it. Well, not the speaking Swedish part, just like saying goodnight to my kid and everyone else watching while I do it. But hey, it is what it is. I want to hang out, and I can also say goodnight to kids at the same time. And since I can, I will. I'm just thinking, did I show you guys my turtle? Or, well, it's not a turtle yet. We might be working a little bit on the turtle. Maybe we can talk about the turtle later. But yeah, we need to think about it. Yes. Rita! Hello to Rita, and also I'm guessing to her mother, or at least she will be able to say hi to her mother. Rita, you're going soon, right? You're going to Norway, a little bus trip, right? I heard you say something about the house was being sold. Turtle, you said my name? Oh, I actually saw a really, I don't know if it was a reel or a short or something. Um, I guess it's a museum of sorts or an exhibition where there's a turtle, like animated turtle, and someone is making the voice for it behind the scenes, and you can ask the turtle questions, and I'm assuming there's a human or some AI that is behind um, answering the question. And the kid asked, if a turtle loses its shell Is it naked or is it homeless? It like the whole audience started to laugh. I thought it was so funny. Like, how do you answer that? What is the answer if a turtle loses its shell? Is it homeless or is it just naked? The answer to the question was apparently yes. Because what do you say? But just like I have never thought of that. If you think about it, a snail, they change the shell, doesn't it? Or do they grow? Because hermit crabs, they go from shell to shell. How does it work with snails? Does their shells grow or do they change them? Turtles doesn't change their shell. They just keep growing. Um yeah. So that side note, fun stuff about turtles. Traveling in the morning to be there on Friday morning to sign it. That is awesome though. You're glad that I'm going to be here for a while. You have to leave in 45 minutes and then you're going to be back after running errands. Awesome, Rosie Posey. Yes, both. Regardless, it's not doing very well. Yeah, I would imagine that a turtle with no shell would not be doing very well. Yes to both, naked and homeless. Snails should keep growing. Yep. It's such a sad thought, though. I agree to that also. Like, I would assume that a turtle with no shell would be not a viable turtle, but things in kids' heads, they keep surprise me, they keep amaze me, and it was just funny. Even though it's sad, it was funny the whole like, situation. What is Rosie shopping today? Yarn, Rita's asking. Rita always wants to buy yarn. Thanks to Rita, I have some new yarn. I have showed all my new yarns from Rita. We can see three of them hanging up over there underneath Snaily. Snaily is currently hanging out on the yarns that I got from Rita when we went to the sew and craft fair. You always hear the truth from children and drunk people. Yes. Speaking of weird animals and what they do, this was a weird one because I had never thought of this at all. Um, there was a video of an elephant scratching his belly. The elephant had a belly scratch, and you would think that an elephant has a long trunk and it can reach itself, scratching its belly with this trunk. In this case, it was a male elephant, and it used its other trunk to scratch its belly, which looked very ridiculous. So I learned something new the other day about elephants too. It yeah, that was a weird one. Yarn is life. Mom wants to take a trip to Klippan. Ooh, isn't that really far though? Or like, I want to say it's not really close. There is a little bit of a traveling thing to get to there. I'm guessing no direct routes either. Like maybe a bus would go there, but I don't know. Like a long distance bus, you could maybe get your way there, but I'm assuming you'd have to transfer somewhere. 6 hours and 57 minutes by train. She's going interrail in the springtime or summer. Ooh. Well, there is plenty of fun stores to go and visit. They're just, I don't want to say far away, but far away. I guess it's all depending on how you travel and what is far. Rita, have you heard of, I think it's the Röda Ladan, the Red Barn? It's outside Uppsala. Is it towards Östhammar or? That is apparently a good place to go for yarn. Um, we need to look at that, see if if you want to go check that out, because it's not that far. I have no idea what they have, if it's worth the visit, but people say it's worth it because it's they usually have like a little sale outlet thing, perhaps. You need to pick up Rubbermaid containers at Walmart, and you might sneak in a cheeky little purchase at Michael's while you're out. Depends on if your ride doesn't mind. Fingers crossed. Well, if you go to Michael's, I am assuming that might end up in a possible purchase of yarn. Oh, you're going possibly even with hubby for her adventures. That sounds fun. It might be a trip for us, for sure. We look into it and see if it's easy to get there. I really feel like it was a good choice to put this sweater on today because yeah, it's definitely temperature for it indoors. I did have the maintenance guy here today checking out the temperature, and the heating system seems to be working fine. But now it is issues with the ventilation. So there's other thing that needs to be checked. There's things that needs to be measured, and apparently he has a tool for certain things, and he sent it away for recalibration or something. So that's gonna take a few days before he gets it back. So before next thing can be looked into and get this place warm again. You're melting. Well, you have nice and cozy over there. So I went to Rita's this Friday. Yeah, it was Friday when I cut Rita's hair and mom's hair. And I took off. I have my knitted socks, my knitted woolly socks, thick ones. I took them off so I didn't get them full of hair while I was cutting. And Rita realized, "Hey, you got holes in your socks." And I was like, "Yeah, but I wear them, and it's the only pair I have." She's like, "What are you saying? This is the only ones you have?" Like, "Yeah." She's like, "We need to fix them." So while I was cutting her hair, or her mom's hair, she was fixing the holes in my socks. She's so awesome. You're out of black yarn, so it feels like an emergency. Try to explain that to a non-crochet without sounding melodramatic. Well, it is an emergency if you need black yarn, so but if you just say that, hey, you ran out and you're working on something in particular right this minute, then it is an emergency. Like you're working on something and you need to finish it now because someone is expecting it to be finished soon. Um, yeah, that doesn't need to sound so melodramatic. Be right back. Need to do mom's bed. Sounds good. Hello, Maritza. Hola. How are you doing? Good to see you. Dream Builder. Hello, gorgeous. Well, thank you very much. It's been a while since I saw you. I was hanging out with your brother Saturday, but we missed you. I have an itch in my hand. I don't know why my hand is itching. I have not been petting wool or anything. It's just itching. I have not been close to wool. Well, I did get close to wool when I was at my mom's, but I didn't touch it, and that was yesterday. And I wasn't even getting itchy at her place, so no one is expecting anything made by me. Well, they don't need to know that. It could be a gift for someone's birthday, and you're like, "Hey, someone has a birthday soon, and I'm working on something, and it's gonna be, you know." So just because your driver isn't, they don't need to know why you need it, right? You've been sick for 3 weeks. You're crawling up from the abyss. But when were you on your little trip? Have you been sick since your trip? Did you get That don't sound good. I don't like people being sick. And for 3 weeks, that's no. Hello, May. Good to see you. You can't stay? Well, I'm happy that you stopped by. I hope you have a great day too. Really good to see you, though. You got sick Sunday after the trip? You sure it wasn't just like a really bad hangover and you're still trying to recover? Party trip? Ah. If anyone hears any background noises, just let me know because I have no idea how much background noises actually is noticeable at the moment. Feed. Because I just realized that the neighbor upstairs is making noises. Well, more noises than expected. Uh, um, or I heard some music even. So sometimes I hear just stomping feet, and sometimes I hear music. At this point, it's louder than I expected. No, that's not good at all. Are you getting better though? That's I've heard a lot of that go on right now. Let's hope that you get better soon. Oh, and just for just funsies, there's almost a bet going because Marcus promised me that when he comes to visit you to or the Iron Maiden concert, he's gonna come here and visit. And you still haven't been here to have some coffee with me, so there's almost a bet whether he's gonna be able to get here before you do. Just saying. You have a couple of months to beat him to it, but if you don't, then he might actually win. Uh, just for funsies. You will win. Well, so far you haven't, so that's why we talked about it. uh you're the worst liar. Maybe you'll say very little and let them assume it's important because it is to you. Well, it is to you. Of course, yarn is always important. If you're running out, even more important. My socks are going with you on the train and then on the bus and then so you're going to be making socks for me while you're traveling? Oh, that is cute. Very well traveled socks before they even hit my feet. You washed your alpaca socks and they landed in the dryer by accident. How much smaller did they get, Stina? I really don't like the sound of that. That sounds painful. Um, I think the cortisone is going to get you appetite back because that is something that can affect that. Multiple coffees before he gets here. Well, I haven't seen it yet, so. ABD! Good to see you, sweetie. Are you working? My socks will travel 887 kilometers one way. Oh, that is some traveled socks. You're holding them over for your cousin. She has smaller feet, but probably 2 to 3 sizes too small for you. Mm, no fun. Still no fun. ABD is working. Send me. Yeah, of course. I'll. Because you only have the old address, and I'm not there. So that's going to be stupid. Remind me later. It's 5 minutes shorter than the other one. So less travel time to the new place. compared to the old place when you're coming from your direction. Um, yeah, you were not happy when you realized. I can imagine that. At least it was you, because it always sucks when it happens, but if it's you, then you're not going to be mad at anyone else for making stupid mistakes. If he's closer than you, I don't know. Mm, well, he has a car, so for him to drive, it's pretty similar, though. I want to say. I'm not sure from door to door who is closest. You win. You've been here already. She has for 5 minutes. No, she did come, deliver the bookshelf. She used my bathroom, and then she left. So yeah, she was here for like maybe 15 minutes. It was a really quick one. Yeah, and Drim was at the old place to pick up presents for his brother and also for him, but he didn't know he did that until they opened the packages. It was awesome. I did see that that live stream is no longer up on Marcus's channel because I did go back and see if I could find it again, but it was no longer there. I don't know if he put it to private or something. I don't think there was that much shenanigans in it to where he'd have to take it down, but apparently he didn't want to keep it up. So that's his call. I just wanted to revisit the silliness at one point, and I couldn't. Then again, there's like always shenanigans when Drim is in the picture with his brother, and yeah, silliness. Yeah, you were driving back to Norway with the truck while you were moving. That was a busy time for you. All the moving things from Norway to here, dropping stuff off, and moving isn't fun, but I can imagine the moving from Norway to Sweden with your mother was definitely a harder thing than me moving from the old place to this place because this was a pretty easy move, I'd say. It took a while to get everything in place because I did move like smaller things for a longer period of time. There's still stuff that isn't moved. We still have things to split, but there's no rush. There's no stress. If your shenanigans is still there, that should not be taken out. You ended up in the hospital. Yeah, please don't end up in the hospital after a little trip to Norway. You're going there to sign papers. There's the bus trip. It shouldn't be too hard on you, please. You're turning to more you're not scaring people away. Well, some people are helping with scaring people away. Your presence for when you were Marcus's last time. That was gifts from other people, so they're helping out, trying to scare each other away. Grim's shenanigans are not the same as a normal person's shenanigans. Just saying. There's some truth to that. Indeed, there's some truth to that. I guess maybe if you grow up in Sweden, it's not that difficult or different though. Because that isn't very uncommon here, to be honest. Um, yeah, it's I can see that it's not normal people shenanigans unless you grew up in Sweden. That's yeah. Because it's not that different. Yeah, I've seen worse things. He's actually pretty well behaved in some ways, believe it or not. The mankini galore. We should make a mankini in scrubby yarn. Please, no, thank you. That doesn't sound very comfortable. In scrubby yarn, that. Uh... See, Rita's agreeing. It wasn't really that bad shenanigans. Hello, Tina C. Good to see you. Welcome in. I am hopefully paying attention to what I'm doing. I am not sure if I'm paying attention, but let's hope we're not messing it up too bad. This talking about Drim's mankini definitely can turn conversations sideways, and so yeah. It's early though. I've only been here for a little bit, and we're already sideways. You're comfing yourself. Yeah, we know. Torture outfit and the challenge. It would be exfoliating. I can definitely show what I'm working on. I'm working on the ultimate sacrifice shawl in Halloween Twister. Let's get this cute little yarn label up. This is what the yarn label looks like, and I have color number 2. It is browns to orange, or oranges to browns, and it looks something like this. Let's see, I can get maybe half of it in frame, maybe, but it has this wing shape on the upper half, and then the bottom half has just a lot of texture. I think it's supposed to be like heart-shaped, this section here, and a lot of I have seen a lot of pictures of this, and like the pattern maker's original version has, I don't know if it's this part or if it's this part even, but a part of the start section with the outside color of the yarn cakes, and I didn't feel like cutting the cake, so that I just started in the center and worked my way out. Second part, so out to here, to this line would be the outside color of the cake if you follow the exact description of the pattern. But I think it looks good this way too. I don't feel like it needed to be the darkest color. That would be this really dark chocolatey brown that I haven't really got to. You can see a little bit of the darkest, but it's also mixed in with a little lighter color still before we get to the darker chocolatey color. So that's what I'm working on right this minute. And I did finish this cardigan last night, actually. Yes, you keep working, everybody. We can poke you if we need you. I'm sure that you're not too far away. Thank you, Tina. You're gonna learn to crochet? Well, I can definitely try and teach you, but I'm not sure I'm the best teacher, but I'll do my best. You were looking for something, and now you found 3 more whips that you forgot. Frida, I thought you went through all your whips while you were moving, sorting and that, or is that old whips that you had in Sweden that you forgot you had here since you were in Norway for so long? So if you hadn't told yourself it's to be FOs and not in the garbage, they'd been out the window today. So you feel like you need to finish them. Okay. You're not always into browns, but it's really pretty. It is, I guess, pumpkiny. I'm not the biggest fan of orange. Orange is one of my like colors, but there's more and more stuff in my life that has become orange. Not that it's for me, but I see them like it looks good together with other colors. And it's actually bright and pretty fun to work with. Um, yeah, I was working on this one with you on Friday and on the bus and at my mom's yesterday. So, yeah, it has grown. I don't think I had too much of the brown when I was at your place Friday. I think I was like still in the oranges. You have fun, Stina. I think she was gonna go and play with some pew pews, or at least go to the pew pew range. I'm probably still gonna be here. Question is if you're gonna be too tired to come and say hi, or if you're gonna be stopping in. You might head straight to bed. She said she's already a bit tired, and then she has stuff to do. Mom did that, so you still haven't. Okay, so your mom was sorting stuff, and so you haven't seen everything yet. You need to sort everything and make yourself more confused. Ah, you have a plan. You're gonna reset and still be me, but you're gonna do different things. The bush has done it. It's part. You mean that you're not gonna be building things? You're gonna start crocheting and like do other crafty stuff? Thank you, Rita. When the whiskey stuff happens, you could anything can happen, especially when you're hanging out with your brother. Mom is occupying your shawl. Guess we can say her shawl. Tanky! Oh my goodness, hi. Well, hello to you too. I'm really happy to see you. It's been a while since I saw you. I'm guessing you've been resting when I've been live and stuffs. Um, recently I did a shawl that was blue and red that had the leaves and the beads. I did make a short out of it and call it the with cherries on top shawl because it looked like cherries with the little beads all over, and it was hanging out for a bit. I got the yarn from Rita, and well, the shawl is now back at Rita's. I just took her yarn and I made the shawl, and then the shawl just moved back to her. Um, but it sounds like her mom is the one that's claiming it and is wearing it. It was really big, and Rita's mom is very small, so it definitely will keep her warm because she can really wrap herself in that one. So, how are you feeling, Tank? It's been a bit since I had the chance to talk to you. I hope you're feeling somewhat okay at least. How has the weather and whatnot been? I think last time I talked to you, there was bad weather and roads flooded or something, and you thought you'd be stuck on your mountain for a bit. I hope they have cleared stuff so you're not totally stuck at home, or at least, can go to the store and whatnot somewhat decently. You're gonna build. Mm-mm. Well, you do what you feel is best for you, Drim. If you feel like doing anything at all, you do that. If you don't feel like doing anything, you don't. We know your shenanigans can really brighten up a room once in a blue moon. But yeah, not every day, for sure. I'm happy that your mom isn't too cold though. Your concentrator was messed up with an electrical surge. You got it back up 2 days ago, and the roads are almost all the roads are open. That is good. That is good. Well, Jim, I'm not saying that you shouldn't do it every day. I'm just like not everyone might want to see it every day. if that's what you want to do every day, then there's probably someone that wants to see it. I'm just saying not maybe for everyone. Or start an OnlyFans. You might get really rich by doing that. Especially with your new ones um that you left at your brother's. I don't understand why you left them there, but yeah. Your old one, didn't you say it was kind of worn out? Mom is doing good. You told hubby to make dinner tomorrow and make sure they have for 3 days. Well, they did manage while you were in the hospital. So you running away to Norway to sign some papers and be gone for a few days is piece of cake, right? They should be able to do that with ease, maybe even. People in West North Carolina. West North Carolina? Why did that feel weird? I wanted to say Northwest, but it's the west of North Carolina. Um, need of clothing and anything to help keeping warm. Oh, I can imagine the just all these bad weathers and storms and mayhem. And then to expect everyone to be able to vote with that mayhem. Yeah, I'm guessing it's difficult enough with one or the other. You left them there because you don't want it to be what you do. No, but you might miss them for a special rainy day sometime. Like a New Year's party or something. And that doesn't even have to be on the YouTubes. It can just be, well, when you were hanging out in Paris, you might have wanted that for reasons. You'll call mom and remind her to eat more. You think she needs reminders? Yeah, in West and North twists the brain. You voted this morning. Awesome. You had to stand in line for an hour. That's the not so fun part of doing things that a lot of people are doing at the same time. You have to wait. So, how many hours is it until we know who wins the election in the US? Sometimes you need to remind her. Well, it's good that you do then. What? You don't want to know about Paris. Oh my god, that was a blast. Sorry to some, but you did strip in a cage. So it sounds like you might have had some good use for said clothing items that you left at your brother's. He did go on a work trip. So this is him work trip with his his work mates and he's stripped in a cage. Do I need to say more? I I'm guessing if ABD is still listening, she's gonna be like, "Yep, that sounds like him." Expect the unexpected. They close the polls at 8 p.m. EST. So, a long time from now. Sounds like Jim had a blast and was in his element. Most likely. He didn't want to share any details, so this is more details than he has told me before. Because I asked if he had fun, and I got that out of him, and that there was some alcohol involved. But other than that, yeah, he didn't want to say much. So now he's sharing more stuff. Maybe he'll tell me over coffee whenever that happens. 7 more hours, and it's 7 p.m. here now. So yeah. And will they know when they close the votes? It's still going to take some time to count it also. There's going to be some extra hours, I'm guessing, before they have a valid result. You love dancing and you accidentally swapped place with an exotic dancer. How could you accidentally switch place to end up in a cage? By accident. That sounds like you got there pretty much on purpose, but okay. It it does sound a little bit more innocent if you accidentally end up there, I guess. I hope you didn't push her out to get in there. You said you can do this better. Yeah, with a little bit of confidence, I'm assuming also. Mm. Nope. Mostly electronic, and it's supposed to keep the tally, but the officials has to make. Okay, so when it's electronic, it's faster to count it than if it's papers, right? It sounds like an amazing stunt that Trim did. It does. Thank you, Tank. I just finished it last night. Last night I only had to do the top, or the bottom edging thing. I'm not happy about it in a lot of ways, but it's warm. So that is the big reason for actually wearing it. It's warm. It's a stash busting project. In yeah, it fits. Didn't it take 4 days to count in 2020? Was that all electronic or was it a mix of votes? You get free drinks after dancing in a cage. Well, I guess sometimes you just have to be. The word that came to my mouth was, or my mind was, it would have been a good one for the situation or like the topic we're talking about, but it might have sounded a little bit too much. So you being a little what would be a good word? A little cocky, perhaps, and just yeah, it paid off. Free drinks. There we go. So right this minute, as I did mention earlier, I'm gonna have to say goodnight to Mini Me, and Mini Me is watching. So we will be switching over to Swedish for a bit while I say goodnight to my little one. Yeah, she's watching on TV. So, and I know this feels very silly because it felt very silly last time too. But yeah, apparently she is very much in I miss mommy mode or mood now. So we have Mini Me say it. Yeah, Rita says goodnight to Mini Me. Hej gumman! Ska du sova gott nu? Mamma älskar dig. Du får sova jättegott och drömma sött. I'm guessing this is what she's doing now. Mwah! Sov gott, dröm sött. Och krama på kaninen. och krama på pappa. Och sen så kan vi prata imorgon. För jag vet att jag inte ser dig nu. Och du vill att jag ska se dig. Men det går jättebra ändå. Så du får sova jättegott. God natt! Okej. Okay. We have some good nights. Det är jättemånga som säger godnatt till dig i chatten, gumman. Pappa kan läsa det för dig. It's why? I'm not shy. I'm just awkward. I hope she can sleep pretty okay. I didn't see any more messages yet, so let's hope that was okay or enough. Sweet. I don't know about that. Good morning, Trish. It's too early for you to open your eyes. Well, just listen. You don't need to open your eyes yet. We're here and you can listen. I was talking about you yesterday with my mother. But I can fill you in on that in a little bit when you've woken up and maybe have a little coffee or something. Let's scroll back up. If it's a good DJ, you're not leaving the dance floor. You get drinks delivered. I see. That's how you do it. Yeah, all these little goodnights to Minnie. I think it's cute, but it's just awkward. So hopefully she'll be off to bed soon. I'm giving her a little bit, and then we're going to talk about something else that I on purpose didn't bring up. Well, I did mention it, but we didn't look at it yet. It's raining again. You might stay in bed and crochet. That sounds like a good plan. Awesome plan. So the reason I talked about you yesterday, I went to my mom's, and you already know my mom is going to New Zealand soon. So I have mentioned you in the past that I have people from the New Zealand to look at me and my YouTubes, and my mom thinks that that's kind of interesting to, people all over the world has found little me in Sweden. But since she's going to New Zealand and everything is about New Zealand in her head, we even had radio something Auckland going in her apartment yesterday. Like, that is apparently her thing. She listens to radio channels from New Zealand on her spare time, which she has a lot of now. She retired and officially worked her last day last of October. So now she is retired and she's going to spend a lot of time in New Zealand apparently. But we were talking about like all the places she's going, and then we talked about, because I know you said where you lived, or last time we were hanging out, we talked about New Zealand a little bit. So I couldn't remember the city you said, so I had to open your channel up, and I found a lot of the Foxton Beach walkarounds and your little mini camper. So yeah, anything that is around New Zealand, my mom is interested in. She doesn't really care about my YouTube channel. She just want to know. Well, she just want to talk about New Zealand, whatever it is. So she said that you're a little bit too far up north from where she's going to be. So I don't know if where she's going to go or whatnot. She's going to be there from, I think, beginning of December till sometime March. So she should have time. But yeah, she's probably going to be very busy on a lot of. There was some festival or something, and there was something for New Year's she was hoping to be. Yeah, things all over the place. But it sounded like, I don't know where she's going, but it sounded like she's going to be a bit more south from where you're at. You fell yesterday mostly on one knee, but your whole body hurts That doesn't sound good at all. You're going to lay down for a while. Yes, yes, you do that. Did you hurt the knee mostly, but like your hands and elbows and whatnot? Can you still crochet? Or did you hurt your hands or wrists or something? Let's hope that didn't happen, that you at least can crochet. Wonder if your mom has seen all the Netflix Christmas movies now. It's been going constantly every night for 3 weeks. So Christmas movies and Netflix is your thing right now? Awesome. I don't know where she's going, to be honest. If she's going to be on the South Island or just south on the North Island or wherever. Like, you still can crochet, definitely. Awesome. As long as you can do that, it's all good. It's mom's thing. So, Rita, I was thinking about stopping by and visiting you yesterday. Big Kid had his surgery on his toe, and then I got pretty much kidnapped by my mom. I wasn't expecting that to happen. I just thought she'd swing by and say hi because she was out and about when we were finished with Big Kid's surgery and was waiting for his dad to come pick him up. My mom showed up, and she just waited until Big Kid was picked up by his dad, and she's like, yeah, we're going shopping for some food and going to my place to have dinner. I was like, okay, not what I planned, but it works for me. So I went to my mom's for dinner, and I realized that you're not going to be able to go and visit my mom at her place because you'd not be able to breathe in there. Um, my mom is a type of person that has a lot of room sprays and scent sticks and whatnots. I feel like some of my stuff is still like smelling of that. So I was like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna go to Rita's after I've been to my mom's because I'm a stink bomb. Not in a bad type of. The smells are good, but it's just too much. It's a bit too much for me even. So that's why I didn't stop by to say hi to you. And I do think that you understand why I didn't come and say hi. Not to be rude or anything. It's just like I don't think your nose would appreciate me after being at my mom's. So if I'd ever go to my mom's and to you at the same day, I would probably go to you first. You're south on the North Island. Doesn't take long to drive anywhere because it's narrow and long. I had I had dinner at Rita's on Friday when I went there to cut their hairs. I cut Rita's hair and her mom's hair. I got dinner. I had Big Kid with me. It was awesome. It's always nice to go and hang out there. Yeah, you you do not love the smells. Well, yeah, just all these fragrance stuff. I get some people like them a little bit more than others. And like these room sprays and scented room sticks, whatever it is, and it can be too much. I even realized that my mom has a room spray bottle in her car, and she's like, "Well, the car is also a room, so it needs to smell nice." I was like, "Isn't this a little over the top?" But yeah, no, that's she didn't used to be like this when I was younger with all the scents, so it's a little bit of a new experience for me. Even I'm not used to it. Um, yeah, come to Sweden and Rita will feed you, and you can come and hang out with me too. There was always a shop in Palmy, that's short for Palmerston North, that burnt those stinky sticks things. You could never go inside. Big Kid was relaxed, he was. Rita is also in Sweden, just a little bit away from me. Too much, and you will be never ending sneezing. Yeah, Drim is also not far away from us. He's about this. Yeah, it's not kind of same distance ish. Send you a plane ticket and take you sightseeing. There is plenty of things to see in Sweden. That is for sure. Even though the cold and wintry dark season is upon us, I'm just waiting for the snow to come to actually brighten up everything because it's going to be so dark and annoying and frustrating and cold and wet until we get some snow, and that will at least reflect the little light we have. And it's not going to be total darkness. But until then, it's just Last week I was going crazy. The guy with the leaf blower outside my house for hours on end. It's like, are you not finished blowing them leaves? Why are we spending so much time blowing leaves? Are you just Yeah, he wasn't doing it very efficiently, or the leaf blower sucked instead of blow. I don't know. It was just I had him outside my window for a whole day, and he was there like the day before also, not the whole day, but it's not that much. Like there's some big trees here. I'm not going to say it isn't, but I think I would have done it faster. And I'm not that much of a yeah, I would have done it faster. Planning an interrail this summer, so come and join us. So where are you going for the oh, she said be right back. You've never left New Zealand yet. I don't remember what my mom said about traveling time, but it's a long travel. And to get to New Zealand from Sweden, she will go from Stockholm, Sweden to London, and then she will go to Singapore. And then I don't know what or if there's multiple airports in New Zealand, but that's the travel you'd have to get to get here. There's some travel time. Just from Sweden to England isn't that bad though. I think it's could it be an hour and a half or something? The first little bit because yeah, there is a couple of long hauls going from Sweden also, but I don't know if there's a Stockholm Singapore one. There might be some. But they might be pricier. I think there's probably other ways also to get there. But every time she's flown so far, Singapore has been the like yes, switching of planes place. Stopover, thank you. Thank you. I don't travel very often. I don't When was I out and about last time? 2016? 2016, 2017. That's the last time I was on an airplane. And it was not that far. 30 hours or more to England or America from New Zealand. That is quite of a yeah. Are you gonna go to bed now, Drim? Sweet dreams. And remind me to send my address. Just text me later or something for a reminder. But sweet dreams and talk soon for sure. For sure. So wait, is Rita back yet? Rita's not back yet. We're gonna put this to the side for a bit because now I have other things, more important things to discuss. We are gonna talk turtles. We are gonna talk about a poncho. I'm just gonna pop these back into this little travel bag of mine. Rita is here. She's making coffee. Is mom hearing us, or is she busy with her ears elsewhere? I know you have a good headset, so I'm guessing you might be using it. Dream is gonna go and watch some Netflix too. Christmas movies, things like Rita's mom, perhaps. Just a suggestion. I have a bunch of green things. I have a bunch of. Okay, so Rita's mom cannot hear us, which isn't important for this first bit. But I think we can all guess that I'm making a turtle because we have turtle feet. Everyone see this turtle feet? Bigger for front and then smaller for back. So we have a bunch of really soft, plushy. Yeah, this is from Minimi. I didn't want to show it earlier because she was still here. Or yeah, before I tucked her in. She doesn't know. So Christmas present from Minimi is going to be a big turtle. And this is the yarn I got from Rusta. That's called Clara. And it's really cheap. The thing is, I got one of each color. And then I realized I ran out because this is how far I got on the head. And I only have this much left. And I was like, I'm not going to make a decent size head out of this when I have, the big feet in this size. I need a kind of a decent size head, and it needs to be round, and I need to put eyes. So I was like, I need more yarn. Luckily, I do have a friend that had one of each skein as well because she got one of each. And I was like, can you save me so I can make a turtle? So I got to buy these ones from her because, of course, the turtle feet and head is green and the body is going to be purple, hence the purple. And I do have, it's not, this is going to be the belly. So we have belly. It's going to be bigger. I wasn't sure of how far I would get with the yarn. And I do have, this is a mess. I do have this much left. And I have the top part starting to make it a little bit of a dome shape. But it's going to be bigger because if we look at, it's easier with the belly. So we have belly big here and we see feet. It needs to be a little bit bigger for the size of the feet, right? And of course we need a bigger head. So that is something that I was really lucky to be able to get the yarn because I was like, how am I going to do this? No head and feet too big for the body. But it's really, it's nice to work with. I should probably use a bigger hook size. I'm using 5.5 millimeter. It does say 7, and I did use a smaller hook size, and I was like, no, let's go for a little bit bigger. I don't know if I used 4.5 or 5. Went up to 5.5. It's see, it's not too tight. It's really like stretchy a little bit. So I'm not doing a very, yeah, even though I have a small hook size compared to the recommendations, I'm lose tension. So that's gonna work out good. So we have a turtle in the making. That's what I was talking about earlier. I just mentioned the turtle. But why I was asking if Rita's mom can hear us or not. Rita, I want your opinion here. Let's see. Do we have just a picture of this, or should I get it on? Here we have a picture. Can we blow this one up a bit and get this perhaps? So when we went to the Sew and Crafts fair, I got some yarns as a gift from Rita and her mother, but Rita's mother wanted this yarn to get a poncho in it. She asked Rita to make her a poncho out of this yarn. And since I'm really, really happy that they were really nice and treated me to all these pretty yarns, I offered to make a poncho out of it. And now I think I have found a pattern that would work for it. I think it would look gorgeous. I'm just not sure if that is something your mom would like. So now I want your opinion on this because I think It is really pretty, but is it too much? That is the question. So this is in another colorway, and there's a lot of things going on, perhaps. But that was something that caught my eye. And I have done this shawl. So I have a shawl that I made in this pattern, and this is a variation. I can see if I can find said shawl. It should be hanging behind me somewhere. It's called Lost in Times, and it should be red. So either it's on here or it's not. I don't have all the Christmas shawls here. Where did I? It's still in the box. Where is the box with the shawls? Up there, possibly. Could it be in? Yes, it should be in this box. So red. Would this be it? This could be it. Because I have done another few red shawls also by the same designer. And I want to say this is the one. So let's take a look at this one. It is a time-consuming one. It's not something that's going to happen overnight. I'll tell you that much. But here is the one I made in the red Christmas yarn, and this is one cotton cake. I want to say it's the before Sultan cakes became Sultan cakes. They were whirls or twirls. No, twirls, because Sheepy's whirls is too close of a name thing, so they renamed everything or rebranded everything into Sultans. And this one was made into a lucky bag, a lucky cake bag. I did color control this because the cake was red, white, and red, and it was the Danish flag, so it was like a twirls nation. And that is all the like fancy bubbles and things going on. You might need to make it shorter. Yeah, I know she's not that tall. The thing with this one is it's made out of the same size of a cake and then some extra for the border. And I don't think that's going to be too big because the pattern is full of popcorns. They are a bit of a yarn eater, even though like these lacy parts are a little, you know, it does stretch the fabric a little bit. But the popcorn, there's yarn eating stuff to it. So I don't think it's going to be that big. I am actually worried that it's going to be on the smaller side, but also, as you said, she is not that big. So I figured maybe that would be a good, yeah, it would work still. Because this shawl is definitely not the big one compared to some of the other ones. But it's full of popcorns, so that does explain why it's not as big as other shawls made out of the same amount of yarn. There's pretty much like the popcorn rows. Can we see them down here? There's popcorns. Well, it's easier to see in the solid red. It's like every other stitch is a popcorn. And that goes through here, and there's a row of popcorn down here. So I probably have to do, well, to be able to make the border like the border is on this one and on the shawl that they made, I might have to go get some extra yarn. As we can see, they did do a different, like a darker color on the edging, but that is another yarn because it isn't enough with one full cake to get that part. But I do have something in this colorway though, the exact colorway as what we're seeing on the screen. Where did that one go? Let's see if I can reach it because it's not too far away. Let's move you out of the way. But what I did in the same colorway is actually sparkly. And I know this is definitely something for ABD. This is Same color, but with sparkles. Mermaids. Do I have a front and a back on this one? Yes. See? I'm going to show you this one big, but just for comparison on the colors. You see the colors on the picture of the screen and now on my arm. But mine is sparkly. You do see the sparkles on this one. Definitely on the darker part, you see the sparkles. So this is a shawl that I don't think I have blocked. No, I don't think I did. Or did I? No, doesn't look like I did. So we might be able to see the pattern better once it's blocked. I see some small owls here. Do we see the eyes and like owl body and wings? And down here, there's a little owl and a big owl, almost like the virus shawls, but this is, oh, what pattern is this? It could be a red teapot atelier pattern. One of the teas, Darjeeling tea. I don't know. Could it be one of the teas? Tea shawls? It could be. But yeah, I don't remember. I'm sorry. I have showed this in the past, so there's probably some type of trace to what pattern that is somewhere. You're sparkly too. You're wearing it on Friday to work. It should be cool enough by then. Let's hope it's not too cold. You're right about the blue sparkly yarn. You use it for socks and mom for mittens. Yep. I love these yarns. So that is a twister glitter. Let's go back up there. You can just hang there and be pretty. So Rita, you think that's a good pick for the poncho? I know your mom said she wanted it kind of not solid, but I was thinking maybe she wanted something more to what my poncho is with, not very much holes, or like a dense type of fabric. And with this one, the only thing that got me a little bit like maybe she's not gonna like it, you do see that there's, sections where it's not solid. So that's my only hesitation, that maybe she's not gonna like that. I know it's gonna be warm either way, even though it's a little bit of a hole situation. It's definitely gonna be fairly warm. Unless she's standing in the wind and the wind is gonna go through the holes for sure. That could happen. Okay, so I got your approval. That means I can start that one then at some point. But that was what I was thinking. And also, I can't find the center yet. There seems to be no center start tab on this. So there's that. For those who hasn't seen it, we have like a darker purple in the center, and then this like beigey rose, and as a bluish purple lavender, really light color, a more bright blue, and then it's like a navy blue on the outside. So yeah, it's going to be really fun to work with this one. So now I have a plan for that. Where did the stitch marker come from? Oh, right. It came from the other shawl. Good. Good. We have plans. We have ideas. Awesome. Go. Just ooh, I can update this because I just saw that this one is a little Outdated. Where is it? There we go. This one. I didn't check beforehand, so. I'm just thinking, what do I want to do? I don't feel like doing more of the shawl right this minute. Should we work on the turtle, maybe? I don't know what. No, I need to count. Or not really count, but I have a mess. After I made this sweater, this is what I have. I have the lid of the box that they were all in. It looks a little bit messy. I did use everything of the purple color. There was not a lot left of that one. Here we see the sparkly blue yarn that I have in the sleeves. We have a little bit of green left. We have quite some of this darker beigey color. There is, well, at least 4 skeins, even though, like, yeah, there's that. So I had some stash to get through, and clearly I didn't get through it. Just for funsies. This is my weird random acrylic box that I was taking all these yarns out of. And I did make a hat for Big Kid with this yarn in the past. We got greens and blues. I don't know if he's wearing it, but I know that's not the one he's wearing the most. We got leftovers from when I did pumpkins. This purple is on the pumpkins that we see in the background. I love this one. This is such a soft yarn. Tweed Dreams, 100% premium acrylic. The color is really fun on this one. I made 2 hats for Big Kid with this one because I made one and then he lost it at school, and then I made another one and then he found the one at school. So he got 2, and I have some extra because he really loved that hat. So that was a good one. You're trying to not start new stuff, but failed yesterday. You started a wool tights for you, so it's okay. Your knitting is okay. Small stuffs or socks are also okay. You finished 2 blankets and working on another one. And you helped mom sew in ends. Oh, you did, yeah. And now you have socks from me that is gonna go on the bus with you. You have things to do. I have some of the yarn here down at the bottom. That is the same yarn I made like my first really big shawl out of. These were, I didn't have these when I made the shawl though. These were purchased afterwards. But this is what the yarn looks like. Oh, mom helped you sew in ends. I did see the shawl over here, and I think most of you might have seen it in the past. But now I have the yarn, so I figured I'd just, for comparison, this is what the yarn looks like worked up. And this is what it looks like in a skein. This is my like really big, huge shawl. And I have lived in this many hours. Mini Me used to have this as a blanket for when she was teeny tiny baby. I let her use it as a blanket sometimes. But I think there's similar yarns in the US. I want to say there's like a yarn called Puzzle or something that does remind me of these, at least when I've looked at them. It looks similar to, like, at least with colors. I might be totally wrong. It's not yarns that I have ever tried or anything because they're not here. But when I've seen them, it looks similar. So if you think I'm wrong, let me know. But that's just an idea that somewhere crossed my mind that the yarns look similar. So that was for funsies, just a little look into my random stash of acrylic yarns that I never really talk about because I don't really use these yarns. I'm just going to take this and I'm gonna dump it in the box and put the lid on and hope that it's yeah, it's not messy. It's not too messy, at least. Now it's in the box. It might look messy, but they were entangled in the beginning. So, do we see anything else? We have some blue yarns. More of the sparkly pumpkin yarns. Yeah, just acrylic yarns. Talk about yarn. Are your advent going to... My advent going to stand or hang? What advent going to stand or hang? I don't know what you... Explain. I don't... You said... Yeah, I'm lost. Help me. Help. I take chocolates. Should I take chocolate with gingerbread cookie orange flavor or just milk chocolate? They're both milk chocolate. I don't know which one I want. I have both. Something else that I will be trying, and I will be trying that on camera another day. So I have been, I don't know, gifted stuff. I don't know if Rita wanted it or if she didn't want it, but I got Dunkin' Donuts coffee. So that is up to you. Hanging bags or standing, that is totally up to you. I have no idea. You decide if it's in a... I can put them in a box, or we can... I don't know. But Dunkin' Donuts coffee, that's American coffee. I have never tried that, so I will be looking forward to try that, and I will definitely... You didn't like the Dunkin' Donuts coffee, so yeah, I got it because she didn't like it. Which is... I'm not complaining because I get to try something I haven't tried. You got me. Oh, while I munch, I can use these again. I'm sorry, but I can use these again. So we can take a look in the scrap basket again. I did try the peanut Dove. I was just about to talk about them. I got the peanut butter Dove chocolates. It was definitely okay. It wasn't as good as the milk chocolate one, but they were definitely doable. I think they will be better with coffee. That's just a feeling I have. They did give me the vibe of good with coffee type of chocolate. But just because I can with these fun ones. I've missed these ones. Okay, so if I do them a little bit too much, then I'll, let me know. But I can do these again. So now I get to thank my members. See, they are all fixed now. And there's a bunch more. But I haven't had any reason to play them yet. Everything is better with coffee. Chocolate is definitely good with coffee. It is. Well, there's so many things that I started and unraveled and started, and I need to finish or work more on another time, another day. There we go. You've been up since 8 a.m. yesterday. Why have you been up that long? That doesn't sound too good. That doesn't sound good at all. Yesterday even. You definitely should be sleeping or resting. You can't sleep before 11 p.m. But since you've been awake for that long, you should. Definitely should. I am in the mood to try new yarns. Even though I shouldn't. Rita knows what's in this bag. I want to try them. You couldn't sleep after migraine and stress, but now everything is fixed. That is awesome. I want to do something with these. The yarns that we got at the fair. Rita got a bunch of these. So I have 10 skeins, 6 of the green and 2 of each of a dark and a light pink. And Rita has 20 skeins or donuts. She got 10 and her mom got 10 and then her mom gifted her 10. So Rita has 20. um I want to do something that reminds me of flowers and a meadow. And we have plenty of green grass and then we have some flowers. And I have an idea. Question is, should I make a bunch of small squares or should I make it into one big one? If I make small squares, I can make them into different types of things depending on how many squares I get. I could make bag or a top or something. If I make one big one, then it's just going to be one big one. And then it will be like a blanket. I have 1,000 meters in total. I have 10 skeins and they're 50 grams. So that is 500 grams and they're 100 meters each. So that would be 1,000 meters in total. 100% cotton. This one looks really red over here, but when I put them together, you do see that they're pink. Dark pink and light pink. And this, is this a color you'd say, everyone that is very much into the detailed color, I think, is it the Crayola? Is that the ones that has the names on the crayons and whatnot? Would you say that this is our chartreuse color? Because I want to say that it could be, but that's a weird name for a color, and I love this color either way, but that might be the color name or something. I'm thinking squares. I'm thinking squares that looks like flowers, and I'm sorry for the lighting here. I'm gonna go to Pinterest, and I'm gonna look at squares with flowers. Crochet flower square. I could do my own squares. I do have yes. So my squares, my flower squares, they look like this. But I don't know if I want it because it's my own pattern. These squares, I could do them. I could do like dark pink, light pink, dark pink, green. But I don't think it's going to take that much green with these, so I don't know if that would be a good, since I have mostly green, if my squares would be the good type of pattern for it. Or, yeah, I could do my own squares. Or I can find something different. I'm not thinking this one per se, but let's just for, it could be something like that. You have more if I need. Well, I don't know what I'm gonna make out of them yet, so we don't know if I'm gonna need more. But good to know. Thank you. Because this is kind of that, even though it's not exactly that, but it's, similar. Um, there's so many different things you could do. Like this one over here. I could definitely do a lot of greens and then have, some with the dark pink and some with the light pink if I did that way. This one was pretty. Do we see this one? This one was a little bit different with the green like going into it. Maybe I would need a color more for that, but maybe not. Maybe this could be a good one. Would it be fun to make? I don't know. Some of them look good, but they're not always fun to make. I can honestly say I have not done any of these like African flowers ever. So maybe I should make some just for the sake of saying I had made one or a bunch. I don't know if that is something that should be on every crocheter's bucket list. um, but it's something I actually haven't tried. So we could do that. Oh, this is cute. This is a different one. Iris flowers crocheted hexagons. Someone really thought that one through. Even though this looks slightly AI, it could be AI. But I don't know. I don't really think it's. I think this is actually some good talent because it does look. Yeah, it looks pretty like accurate. Hmm. Crocodile flower. This one looks very big. These squares are not small squares. Really pretty though. Anyone has any other ideas to what type of flower squares I could be making? It doesn't necessarily need to be flowers. It just feels like it's like a flower meadow color combination. Ooh, wait. I have another idea. Let's see if I can find it. I know I don't have even close to the amount of yarn that would be needed for like a full item, but I know that one of my favorite pattern makers recently made a new blanket. And I haven't really looked at it, but it might be a possibility to take some inspiration from it. I just need to find it. Mm-mm-mm. There we go. Here it is. Um, Okay, so this, let's see. You do love all kinds of flowers and getting into them again? These might be a little bit more than, like, a little bit extra. Question is, could it work out good? Or would I need more colors? Maybe I have other yarns that would be better for this. So what we have here is the Nymphea blankets, or Nymphea. Um, this is her original pattern. Like, there's a bunch of different flowers, and she made some of them in like the solid, like, base color or background color, and then a bunch of them in this color, colorful version, but they are all like a mix. And I think it's a really fun idea to have some like totally solid and some colorful ones, but they all have these like 3D motifs. And I guess I could make a few of them, but I definitely don't have enough for a blanket. Like, we're talking here, what we're talking 11,000 yards. That is a little bit more than I have. It's like a lot more than I have. But I could make a few just to try her like flower hexagons out. See, someone made a small one here. Yeah, I think these are a little bit too yarn eating, to be honest. I'm not going to be able to make that many of them. So I don't think this would be the way to go. But this is definitely cute. A cute idea to have some solids and some colorful. So yeah, this one is going to be all pinks and some beige and yellow. Here we have someone that has made a bunch of them in, oh, she's used gradient colored cakes. And a bunch of them. And cut them up. She cut the cakes up to pieces. That is some dedication to cut them up like this. And to keep track of them also. Wow. Yeah, that's more than we have together to make one of these blankets. For sure. Yeah, squares like this with all the like layers, they are definitely more yarn eating than others. But it's pretty. And just popped up in my head. But yeah, no. This is not for what we're doing now. This is giving me really Christmassy vibes. Oh, it's made into a Christmas ornament. So yeah, it makes sense. Someone just made a Christmas ornament with some scraps of Christmas colored yarns. That is cute though. A nice idea that you can take something, a piece of something, and make it into something else altogether. Something that was intended for a blanket turned into a Christmas ornament. So yeah, that's not what we're doing. And now I wasn't thinking and deleted everything we just looked at over at Pinterest. Hmm. Maybe there's some other square hex that could be interesting. Not necessarily just flower squares, but other type of squares. Hmm. Oh, I wonder how many squares I could do like this. This is an inverted type of thing. Let's get this one shared. So this one, if I made the whole like inside of the green, and then I could do the outside in the pinks. Because I don't think it takes that much to make the edge of it. Definitely take more to make the center. It's a different type of square. I have no idea how I would put them together though. But it's definitely a different one. Very cute. Very trippy with these rainbows. Like spirally rainbow thing going on. Hmm. Can we imagine this one being like light pink where the blue is at, and where the white's at would be green? And then the darker one, or maybe the other way around. Green, light pink, green, light, dark pink, and green, and reverse. Because this is a bit different. We have 3 double crochets on each side, and then we got V-stitches. And then there's clusters of 3 and 2, and then V-stitches, and then clusters. That could be fun. Pinterest is dangerous. It is. There's so many things on here. This one's actually a little bit interesting in a way. This could be worth trying. Let's save this one. Yeah. This one, with all these like blocks being the green and the little ones being the light or one of the pinks. That could be interesting. You did pin a lot of Barbie stuff, and you're going to print them next week? I'm totally understanding why we're talking about these Barbie stuff. When I was there Friday, Rita got an Amazon delivery of 2 Barbie dolls. You do have a lot of lace weight yarn for doing them. The thread from the US. You're going to use that for Barbie dresses? You're a Barbie girl. Yeah, she's got one Barbie doll that she's going to use as a model, and then she's going to gift the other Barbie. So she and mom is going to have one to use for sizing up clothes and seeing if they fit, which I thought was a really sweet idea. It needs to be skinny. Does it really though? Hearts. Heart squares. Yeah, you needed a mannequin. Yeah, it's hard to make Barbie dresses and whatnot if you don't have anything to see if they actually fit. So it was really smart that you're gonna have one as a little model to try it on. I would never have thought of that. It's a good thing for anyone that wants to do like doll-sized clothing for grandkids and whatnot to have one of their own just for sizing and trying out. At least if they're gonna make a few. If it's only for one, then yeah, they could probably get to borrow the said doll if possible. But if you're planning on making a few, it's really good to have a doll of the size that you're aiming to make them. Especially if you're gonna make them to like, if you have grandkids or you're making them for like craft fairs and whatnot, because I think that's kind of popular in some places to doll clothes. Makes life easier. That's what you've always been doing when you've been making doll clothes for others. It is smart. It is. I'm learning things every day. Definitely something I didn't know I needed to know, but I'm happy that I now know it. This looks like a willow square. I have done willow squares in the past. I don't know where my willow square cardigan thingy is. I'm guessing it's up in one of the boxes with whips. My It Dawned on Me cardigan that needs sleeves that I haven't even started yet. Baby doll clothes is one thing. They are more easy, but Barbie, you need to try it on. I can see why that is, because it's so tiny and there's room for mistakes in small things. There's not as many rooms for errors as in big things. Why do they look different to me? I'm guessing it's tension. Probably tension and hook size and whatnot, because this one looks very much more solid in the wheel compared to this one. Maybe this one is blocked also. Maybe I should do willow squares. I do like willow squares. They're pretty fun to make. I have no idea what I should do with them. But since we don't know how many we're gonna get anyway. Oh, or do I make a bunch of different squares with all these different type of patterns? And just have, well, a majority of them will be green, and then how I lay it out, it's maybe. It does look like that project would maybe need more yarn. A black and gray type of same. Yeah, that's really fun. It actually looks really fun to do all these different squares. You would definitely not get bored with mixing up the squares like this. I am so down in this rabbit hole now trying to figure something out, and I can't figure anything out. This is just puff stitches, and everyone knows how much I love puff stitches. And this is also attaching them together, which means sewing a lot, which we also know how much I like not. This would be something I probably never would finish. Definitely a big risk of never getting finished, for sure. Something like that. This was an odd one. We got some hexagons, and then there's some stripes. Really feels like a mishmash. Forever UFO. Indeed, forever UFO. That was a different one. I've never seen anything like that. Hmm. These are unfortunately puff stitches. So that would be yarn eaters, but having the green in between, like this is giving some of the look or like the vibe I was thinking of the colors. So we're getting somewhere. That this, like, similar to this with the green with pops of the color in between. Definitely giving the right feel, but the wrong pattern. That could, yeah, a variation of that could definitely be interesting. I guess I could do like this one because it's not puffs. But it's very similar. I have done a blanket with this stitch in the past, but it was a long time ago. Hmm. Hmm. Decisions. I don't need to start anything at all. It's just me curious of the yarn. It would be nice to try it out. I just don't know what to do with it. Do you see anything pretty? Anything catching your eye? What type of flower is that? Hmm. Can we find a diagram on that one? That is something I am curious of. And do a variation of it. Let's go and see what this is. No, that's just a picture. Hmm. I'm only getting pictures, no patterns. Silly. But we have a name of a designer. Maybe we can Google the name of the designer. Maybe that could give us something. You're on Amazon. What are you doing on Amazon, Rita? Do I have to pull you out of there? What are we looking for? We need details. We definitely need details if you're going to buy something, especially if it's yarn. Puzzles, like jigsaw puzzles. I think I just figured pictures. So, do we have? We have a tutorial of something. Okay. Make the center and then I have a pattern. I think this is what we're making at the beginning, or like to start with. Hexagons. Hexagon flowers with these colors. Is that not something that could be very fun? And then I will definitely have enough green to join them together somehow. Yes. It's talking to me. It's speaking loudly. So just because I want to try the yarn, I'm going to do this. I'm probably not going to be able to follow the tutorial, fully, since I'm hanging out here also, but I can definitely do both a little bit. So for those interested, I will definitely also copy the link of this, and I will put the link to the flower hexagon. Let's see here. There we go. Flower Hexis and link and saved. Now in the description box below. I can also do like this, and it's in the chat for anyone curious. So that is what I'm gonna do right this minute. I am just going to check out what stitches she's using, and I don't need sound for that. And also I need to find the center of, or the center, but the beginning or end of this yarn. So we have 6 clusters of double crochets. Simple. Simple enough. I do have my little friend, the skein spinner thingy majig, because it makes my life easier. So I'm going to do that. It does recommend a 4mm crochet hook, and that's what I have. Let's see if I like it or not. Usually I downsize, but I'm gonna try, because this yarn does feel a little thicker, so it could work out good. And she does make the first 3 as 3, so let's do 3 double crochets. My guess is chain 2, but I didn't pay attention yet, so let's 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Okay, so even 3. 1, 2, 3, and Maybe I should have started with more than 4 as the center ring, but I can probably squeeze them in here. When making hexagons and all of these double crochets in the beginning, sometimes 6 chains in the beginning is a good thing. I do not like to do magic circles, so I don't do magic circles. Most of the time I just do 4 chains to form a circle. Thanks for reminding us of the thumbs up, Baby D. I really appreciate the thumbs up. I also appreciate everyone's company. So the YouTube's apparently likes the thumbs up, so therefore I likes them. More friends can find us that way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 5 sides. I need another side. I think, for my own sake, that I am not gonna cut the yarn right this minute, even though I will be finishing this round, just because I want to see the tension and how it looks. So I will be kind of finishing it off, because I'm guessing that's what we're supposed to do. Or what does she do? Does she join with the new yarn? No, she cuts the yarn and then she will join. So I will just, for this first one, I'm not going to cut. And I will have to redo it if I like it. Either way, I think. Just so I know. This is just a swatch. Hello! Mr. Jonathan is in the house. How are you doing? Good to see you. So this is what I have right this minute. I just put a stitch marker because I'm supposed to cut the yarn here, sew in the yarn tail, and then take the next color and start that one. I have crocheted over my tail around the center, so I can just pull it a little bit and it will close up a little bit, and I can close it even more by sewing it together. But that's what we have in the beginning, and now I'm just gonna take the next color and see. I am not sure about the hook size. I am feeling a little bit not sure of it just yet. So I feel it is a good thing that I'm swatching this. Sifting some soil and more. Hello, Mona. How are you doing today? Good to see you. I am playing with some new yarn. And I am not sure I'm liking the hook size I picked. I'm also not 100% sure of the pattern, but we're trying it. And we will see. There we have an end of the darker one. And what am I supposed to do now? I am supposed to... Okay, they like to do standing stitches, so I'm happy about that. So, simple enough start, and then what? Okay. Simple enough round. I'm liking this so far. Let's hope it looks good also. One, two, three, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. So what is everyone doing? ABD is working. I'm guessing still. You haven't said anything other than that. Okay, so far so good. It feels like this hexagon is quite... You're starting baby Barbie clothes. You already started them. Now I missed out. What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to slip stitch? Okay, slip stitch into the first stitch. Simple enough. And then slip stitch into chain space. That's what I missed. 1, 2, and 3. So yeah, the tutorial I'm watching, I have the sound muted, but it's in Spanish, so I wouldn't understand it anyway. I'm guessing Spanish. I don't know all of the, like, the difference between all the like Spanish, Mexican, Brazilian, Puerto Rican, all of them. They sound very similar to me, so it might be another language, but my guess is Spanish of some sort. Eating ice cream of wheat and toast. Wheat ice cream? I never heard of that. Make a skirt first, and then you go help mom. So 5 and I want to say 2. Yes, okay. Into the chain space we go. 1, 2. Three and 4 and 5. Oh. So what am I supposed to do there? Okay, that's what I expected. So cream of wheat, would that be like, I don't know, like whipped cream, but out of like a milk substitute? I don't know. Rosie Posey in the scrap basket. Well, we know what we need to do then. I love them. They little yarn balls hanging out in the scrap basket. It's an awesome place to hang out. Hope you're comfy and doing something fun. Maybe with some new yarn? Something like oatmeal. Okay. Never heard of it before, so maybe we have something here that is similar. I just haven't heard of it. Or maybe it translates into something different in Swedish. So I might totally be very aware of what it is under another type of name. Or I have no clue. Could also be a possibility. So I am guessing with the amount of yarn I have that I would have to alternate with flowers with dark center and light petals, and this light center and dark petals to make it, well, fairly even, and make the yarn last as you know, maximize the yarn usage out of these little donuts. I think. Because definitely a lot more of the dark pink that is being used right this minute with all these petals. So I still have one more petal to go. So I will show you very shortly what it looks like. And see if I have anything to say about whether this is a good size crochet hook and whatnot, what it looks like tension wise. I feel like the yarn is nice to crochet with for sure. That is definitely really nice. Occasionally it feels like I have some issues with splitting, but not that much. And I don't know if the yarn is very splitty or it's just me and my technique. Sometimes that could be the reason also. It's not always about the yarn. It could be technique and hooks and good or bad luck, or some yarns are just more prone to splitting. Right now I am just gonna finish this row and get a little stitch marker to hold on to it, if I can get it through. But come on now. There we go. Since I already said this is a swatch and I'm not going to cut the yarn because I'll have to redo it anyway. We are so far looking at this. I feel that it is really pretty. I'm not sure about the size of the holes that I'm getting, like not the holes in these petals, but between the light round and the darker round, there's some bigger holes. And I'm not sure about those. See, if we stretch it out, we get quite some space. So that might be a reason to downsize and hook, or maybe just like between, if we look at the corners here, we have this light pink, and then we have a corner, and then we have the light pink cluster. From this corner to this other light pink corner, there's 3 chains. And I'm thinking if I only made 2 chains, that would tighten that up and therefore have a smaller gap in that space, perhaps. So I could do that. Also, these chain spaces to make these holes in the light pink are 3 chains. I'm thinking 2 chains would be better for me to not get these really big holes there. So chain 2 on that light pink corner, chain 2 here to get a smaller gap between the light and the dark pink. I don't mind the big holes on the petals itself, but that's just my 2 cents of what this pattern is so far. So I think that is what I will be doing going forward, making, more of these. But I will now get to the next round and get the green on, because I might as well just try this out from the beginning to the end and see what I like and what I don't like. 4mm crochet hook is what is recommended on the yarn or on the label, and I am using that even though I normally downsize, and I feel like it's good, actually. If we look at the pinks, the dark pink and the stitch definition, what do you think? You see that there's a really nice stitch definition. Even in the light pink, I'm definitely happy with that. And this yarn is a really shiny type of cotton. Really, really nice. So yeah, I don't see a reason to downsize or anything with the hook. I might even consider, well, depending on what I'm gonna, final product, but I definitely can see this yarn being used with a larger hook if you're going for like a garment or something. If you're going for a bag or similar, definitely 4mm is a good size. Yeah. Of course, this pattern with all these holes in it would not be appropriate for a bag. I'd say that it's you'd have to line it, otherwise you're gonna have things falling out of your bag. That might not be the best. Bag with a lot of holes in it, it's risky. So we're starting on the top petal. Let's see what we're doing. Oh, right. Yeah, there was something special here going on. That was 5 wraps around. Was it 5 wraps around? Okay. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. That was 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Going into that. This is something that really looked interesting, so these hexagons has a little bit of a different thing going on. You do a lot of tall stitches here. Chain 1 and 1, 2, 3 wraparounds into where? Into the base, or not all the way down. Okay, a little bit more issues with splitting now, but that is not weird at all. These types of stitches are annoying in a way. And there. Where you have to wrap around multiple times. Quadruples, trebles, I don't even know half of the names of these, but taller stitches like this always messes me up. And chain 1, 2, 3 even. Okay. I'm loving how this looks. I'm not sure I'm going to love how to make them. Or if I'm going to be remembering how I made them. But I think you're going to understand when I show you this in a bit. It's tiny, the Barbie clothing. And 1, 2, 3, 4, I want to say. 1, 2, 3. No, only 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay. One, two, three, 4. I will have to rewatch this multiple times to figure this out. But wow, yeah, this is a special one. For sure. Okay, before I go any further, I need to show you guys. So to make this into a hexagon, okay, we have the flower itself. You know, we have a flower. It has 6 points. We have 6 of these clusters on the light pink, and then we have 6 green petals. But now we're making leaves, and the leaves looks like this. Do we see how fancy this looks? And this is all made in pretty much one go. You make a long stitch down here with like 4 wraparounds, and then you make the next one and then attach that one, and then next one and attach. So it's all just, you know, attached from this. So I'm sorry if it was just not making sense while I was trying to do this, but the final result, it's really fun. It really looks interesting. Even though it's not eating that much yarn, I'm gonna have a lot of green left over, and the pinks will definitely, you know, use more of. Um, but I will have to attach them somehow. So just look at this. And it looks so good with the stitch definition with this yarn. I am amazed. This yarn was really good for this. So yeah, I will have to practice making these, but as a first time making it and having it look this good, yes, I see that that, what would I do though? I don't know what I would make out of hexagons looking like this. But they are fun. Okay? This is fun. Yeah. Yep. Okay. I'm gonna put this to the side for now because I feel like it's this part making these leaf parts does take some focus out of me, and I feel like I don't want to take away too much from hanging out with you guys. So I will practice this later, just finish this, and then I will unravel it and make them properly. Cutting yarn and sewing ends and whatnot if I'm gonna do this. But this is definitely one I will I will revisit this and think, what can I do with this? Because the colors really pop. Like this just takes away from all the colors I have behind me. This is fun. I did feel, just as I mentioned, that this yarn would really probably work good as a bag. So I did have a thought cross my mind as I started to make it into a bag instead, like the yarn itself. Maybe I should do something else with the yarn, like bag wise, and do something else, like take some other yarn and make this pattern. I don't know. But I can definitely see both being viable options. Like making this yarn itself into a bag, it that itself makes sense. It feels really like it could make a good bag, but it does look awesome. Decisions, decisions, decisions. What would you make with hexagons that is this type of lacy? Because we get there is all the holes in the flower and then very lacy leaves on the sides. Any suggestion? What could you do with hexagons that is this lacy? Because I don't know. I don't know. It's giving me ideas, but I'm not sure on that one, to be honest. And you know what, guys? I have another video to show for you, but I just need to go and grab something. So you get to check out, well, the new and updated "Be Right Back" sign. just a little quick. Needed to check something. There we go. So I'm putting that one back down with the friends, because that sounds like a good thing to do. A shawl. A shawl out of hexagon flowers. How big would the shawl be, though? How many squares could I get if I make... I don't know how long it could be. Woozy Happy. Woozy64 Happy. Hello, I have not seen you before. Welcome in. Open lacy yoke for a flowy sundress. A flowy sundress. That could be something. Unfortunately, I don't have so much yarn of it, so I could make a part of it. So yeah, there's that. I don't know. I need to go check something again. I'll be right back. Because apparently, yeah, I'll be right back. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry for that. Yeah. I might have mentioned in the past live stream that I'm in a neighborhood that has things going on occasionally, and there was things going on outside, and I'm a very nosy Nancy. Can you blame me? There was weird sounds first, and then I got notified by my neighbors and another neighbor now that there was just things going on outside my window. Blue lights. I think most of you know what blue lights might mean. Some of you have blue and red lights, but I have only blue lights here. So yeah, I had to check. But that's just because I'm very nosy. Um, oh, where, there it is. There we go. So yeah, there's never a dull moment here. You have iced protein coffee. That sounds nice. I am bougie with my wine glass. So woozy happy. Is woozy your preferred? We're happy. Like, what do you want me to call you? I have Coca-Cola and a wine glass because I'm bougie. If you didn't know, I'm a bit bougie. I like my wine glasses. Woozy or Beth? Well, I am probably not going to be able to remember the Beth, but Woozy is definitely something that I can remember. I am unfortunately not that very great with names. I know there's other Yarny YouTubers that is way better with that, so I apologize. I do. Eventually, I might remember, but I don't know that much. Okay, my neighbors are going crazy over this. Did you see what's going on outside? Because, well, I have the best view to the location of where it actually, just keeps going off here. Um, yeah, so to be honest, I haven't done that many live streams recently, partially because of the things that goes on in my neighborhood that I'm too nosy and that takes away some of, when I have the possibility to do live streams, there might be other things going on as well. Yeah. uh, Most of the time it is the kids and other things, but it's just, when you're tired and like I finally have the time to possibly do a live stream, it's like, oh, but something's going on outside. Let's go take a look. And then half an hour later, it's like I could have streamed for half an hour hanging out with my friends. Yeah. You have been subscribed for a while, but this is the first time you catch me live. Well, I am happy that you are here. I have no idea what we should do next because I feel like I'm all over the place. I want something on my hook, but I don't know what, and I don't feel like counting. I the turtle is kind of simple though. We could do turtle and not count that much, possibly, perhaps. Shouldn't be too difficult. Um, it is really soft. I love these yarns. I don't work with these yarns often enough. Like these soft chenille type of yarns. Velvety smooth. This is the top half. No, I am so all over the place. No, we're not doing turtle. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I want to do something simple. Why is there nothing simple that just screams to me other than the shawl I was working on earlier? And it's not sparking joy. Do you have anything that is your go-to when you're like nothing is sparking joy? I know Rita likes to do squares, just granny squares. I am not the biggest fan of granny squares because that means plenty of yarn tails to tuck away. This was my like palette cleanser and I finished it yesterday with, just scrap stash busting. Socks. You do socks also. I want something simple. I don't want to count. But I don't want to cut yarn and I don't want to deal with yarn tails because I don't like it. I have so many things just laying around waiting for me to finish or continue. And then just, I don't know what to pick up. Right now, I'm so torn. You have someone that sews it. You want to sew in my ends, Rita? Is that what you're saying? You're saying go ahead and do what you want, and Rita will sew in the ends. You love the sweater. Thank you. Make another handbag with scraps. Well, we have started a scrap basket. We started a scrap basket just before I moved. I just haven't unpacked those things, and I don't know what box that is in. Um, if anyone is not knowing what we're talking about, we did this scrap basket together in the past. This is me crocheting and everyone in the chat picking the colors. 3 strands together of 1 weight cotton yarns and yeah, 3 strands together you guys told me when to cut, and then you guys decided what color to use next. I just haven't unpacked all the supplies I used for that, or like all my scraps in these cottons. So yeah, there's already a start of the next one. We just haven't gotten around to do that because that's what we did every Sunday. And unfortunately now, since well, me moving also was me moving away from my mini-me's dad. I have kids every other weekend, so I can't have a regular schedule like that anymore because every other week I have kids, and when I don't have the kid, like it's just I haven't figured out a good schedule. And with all the maintenance guys running back and forth here with, well, they were here today trying to fix my heating. It's not an issue with the heating per se in my apartment. Like the radiators are working, the heat's coming in there. So there's something with the ventilation that the cold air stays, or I don't know exactly what's going on, but there's a lot of things going on. Because first there was like no heat in the radiators, and now there's heat, but it's not enough. Therefore, I actually have another thick. You can see I have another long sleeve underneath this because it's actually kind of cold in here. I do believe I have 18 degrees Celsius at the moment, like 18.3 or something in the apartment, which is not the most comfortable of temperatures. I am also now sporting my newly fixed socks. Sorry they look bad, but Rita fixed the holes with blue in my purple socks because that's how cold it is. I have my winter socks indoors with new awesome patch work by Rita. Thank you very much. Um, yeah, it's just cold. Um, Mom is most likely to steal it to sew them. Hmm. You have a scarf that you can do without thinking. I have a couple of projects that I can do without thinking, really. I have this yarn that I want to make a shawl for myself. I haven't figured out a good pattern for that, so I do have that. I could possibly find a really easy pattern. I don't know. I need new ones. I definitely need new ones. I'm not saying anything other than that. My socks are on the last. Well, I bet that you gave them at least another year with your patches. You can't do anything when you're cold. Oh, I'm sorry. I do have a wheat pillow that I pop in the microwave when it's really cold, and I do heat it up and I put it in the bed before I go to bed, and then I can move it around. First, I just lay it in the middle of the bed, like down my spine. But I have to move it before I go into bed because it's actually really, really warm like that. And then I move it down to my feet as I crawl down. So I do get my bed heated up somewhat because that one's really cold to crawl into when it's this cold indoors. I do not know what pattern I should make with this one, but I want a shawl for myself. Oh, I am sorry for pulling everything all over the place. Let's see. Do I have anything else that sparks joy? I have those. I can play with new American yarns. Could that be it? Is that what's going to spark joy? I just have to move a box away from a box and get the yarns. Because I have my American yarns in one here that I got from Rita, that she got from the other Crochet and Amanda in Florida. We did make a washcloth not too long ago. I tried corner to corner with, what was the yarn? peaches and cream. First time I used peaches and cream in this Christmas color. So that was fun. Is there anything in here? I feel like moss stitching. Why do I feel like moss stitching? I do not know. Is there anything here I can moss stitch into something? We have cottons. I don't feel like minty cotton and neony orange cotton would work good in a moss stitch project. I don't know if they would work good together even. I think I want to do something separately with these. I have a bunch of these small peaches and creams stripy. They would probably look awesome in moss stitch, but I have enough of them, or I don't know if I have enough, but do I have six? Six of them, and I feel like I can make something a little bit larger with that amount. So I want to think that through. I don't want to just like make a washcloth out of each. I could probably do something like that, but I do not want that. I want to make something larger. Mandala ombre. I guess it could look good in a moss stitch project. I just have this one. But I don't know. No, I feel like I want to do something special with this. It does have a special name. To me, it has a special name. It's mantra, and it does have a special meaning. So I want to save this for something special. I have six of different color. I think I have two of each of these Pioneer Woman acrylics, in both like solid blue and then these ones. Two different ones, one with the peaches and one with just blues. You think neck scarf with this one? I probably would have enough for that, right? Bernat Baby Sport. How much was this? 778 meters. 861 yards. This would be enough for a cardigan for a kid, right? Would we say that? It should be. A kid cardigan. Hexagon cardigan, paneled cardigan, raglan. So many options. Would that be yes to being enough for a baby cardigan? Because I see there's like a blanket on the label, but I don't know if that blanket definitely looks like it's bigger than just one skein. Baby ombre is the color of this one. Really pretty, like pastel-y rainbow colors. Yes to the color for scarf. Okay. Rita, do you remember you had this one, Hayfield Bonus Breeze? I think this was from the UK. Looking at it, and the yarn from the Pioneer Woman, it is actually very, very similar. It is the same thickness. The Bonus Breeze from Hayfield does feel a slight bit softer, but we could, I see that one actually is looking good. together with these. So that would give me an extra skein, even though this is a very like, you see, it's a very ombre, kind of almost like washed out jeans type of, it's not stripy, and where this one is very stripy. But I do think that could spice up that project a little bit. Don't we think that? Or is that just me? It looks very similar in the colors. And I know that the solid blue was a little bit different, but I thought that doesn't really matter. It's gonna, the Pioneer Woman will be going good together either way. But the addition of that one, it talks to me, right? I have this and um this much. So I have a little bit more than one of that one and two of the other ones. So that was some extra yards added to that. Really nice. Mm. Yeah. I am just not knowing what to do. But I feel like I should do something. I do have projects all over. And still, I'm. Oh, wow. I should have thought this through so that I have something, interesting, not just talking about left, right, and center. Make a hat. Blue is your favorite. You love the blues. They all look good. Awesome. Awesome. Blue lights. You mean that was what distracted me? I do also want to do something with my other mandalas that I cut up. So my 2 mandala cakes are now 5 mandala cakes, but color controlled. For those who missed out, I got 2 of the mandala nifflers. I love the name. Mandala nifflers. I had 2, and I cut them into pieces. And now I have a bunch of cakes. Oh, you had blue lights outside of your place. Yeah. You live in the big city. There was blue lights as I was waiting for the bus. Just a skip and a jump from your place yesterday. So I did cut it up so that I have the yellow going into orange and pink. And from the pink, it will go into light purple and a dark purple. From the dark purple, we will go into a darker purple that goes into the, well, tealish colors. So that would be the next. And from there, we're jumping over to this color. And that will go lighter. And then it will go lighter until we end up with this light green. So I do have a kind of almost pretty rainbow going on here with my nifflers. What are we gonna do with this? I'm rocking them like a baby. I feel like this deserves to become like a big round mandala. It's a mandala cake or 2. And in some way, it feels like they should become one big round thing. Either that or a square. But like worked from the center and outwards. I was maybe thinking of an asteria, but I don't know if I have too much yarn for that. And with asteria, for those who doesn't know, I have two asterias hanging out behind me. One of them is the one we call the vajayjay doily because it looked a little suspicious with the colors in the beginning. So yeah, the vajayjay doily looks like this with a rosy-esque color out to a light bluish gray and then to the green. Really looks like a big nice flower. And then we have the one in teals to black. I have done a solid red one. I think the solid red one is here somewhere. It should be. I think I see it over there. Let's get that one too. I did make two for my designer friend in London, in pinks and teals. Here we have the solid red one for Christmas that I made out of some leftover yarns. You were remembering when I was working on the VJJ doily. Yes, it was a lot of laughs. Well, it's one of them things like when you see it, you cannot unsee it. And with the colors only being these, in the beginning, we only saw this almost flesh colored pink blush, something, something. Um, I can totally see what we're, thinking with that. You would call it nipple pink, even that. Um, but that was just a part of what we saw. And once you see it, you can't unsee it. So maybe we could make like a really big one out of the mandala. See the difference in the solid color compared to these like really fun, like fading color changes. Um, with these mandalas, there's no fading transitions. It's just a very harsh going from one color to the other. So that's where I cut in the color changes. These are both a single of a cake like these. This is a Sultan Shadow, and this is a Dahlia. Don't remember the names of them, but that's what we have with these two, and just a solid mercerized red yarn, red cotton. All of them are cotton. But do we think I need another asteria? Is that because that was like one of the things that came to me first to make one, but it might be big. Not like I can do it. Clearly, I can do it. But is that what we want from this? Um, I don't know. Possibly. What yarn do I have in this one? I don't even remember. I'm just seeing this big bag. Oh, and Rita, we were talking about these. I have 3.5 millimeter of the red ones, the Yarbo, sock for socks, 3.5 and 4.5. I don't knit, but I have knitting needles. Then I just have some straight, no numbers on these silvery ones. I don't know where they're from. Rita's mom likes these red ones. 3.5 and 4.5 is what lives in my bag. If I'm going to knit, well, clearly I have needles. I can knit. I don't like losing stitches. So therefore I don't knit. But I am curious to what I put in this bag. We have Ooh, a bunch of Twister solids. That is enough for a shawl. I have a... Or was this for the other stuff? That was maybe for the other stuff. A couple of different teals. And then, where's that cake? Okay, so we have this pink, yellow, and green cake underneath there. You do see that one. I do have the inside is this pink and the outside is this green, and I do have that to go with that cake. So I guess they should be up in the shelf there. Hello, Wayne. Good to see you. How are you doing today? And then I have the black that I got for the Dawned on Me cardigan's sleeves. I have that. And I have fluffy yarns. I have this. I can make something fast out of this. I know I said I wanted like a cardigan amount of this, but that yarn is no longer available, so that's not going to happen. Let's play with that. Make that into a weird crochet top of some sorts. That speaks to me. That's what we're doing. We're doing something weird, something random, and something odd. Maybe bolero, shrug, something maybe, or a cowl. So we have this really, really fluffy. We have green fluff with dark green, some purple. I think there's like almost some pinkish colors in here, like a blush pinkish color. Rita needs food. Elaine, be right back. Auntie Mama. Well, hello. Good afternoon to you. It's 9:30 p.m. over in Sweden, and I'm all over the place. I don't know what to do. I'm playing around with my yarn. Make a pink Ewok for Marcus. I I am working on something for Marcus, but he already knows that. Well, he wanted me to make it. So, but that is counting stitches, and we're not counting stitches today. I think this blue one is just blue with pink in it. I don't see any really big color changes in this one. Maybe a little like purplish versus pink, but there's not that much interesting going on like this one. This one looks like more fun or interesting, but I have two of each. We have 120 meter, it says a 6mm crochet hook. I can see a 6mm crochet hook for this, possibly even a bigger. Do I have a 6.5? I should have. No, I have a 6. Let's go for the 6 then. Maybe there's a... Do I even... what do we have here? Those are smaller. 4.5. I don't know where... But we have a 6. We have a 6, and we have... blue yarn. Green yarn. How about a crocheted black pearl? He would love that. Maybe I could make like a wall hanging, like a tapestry type of thing with a, a ship, but that is, yeah, that is a dedication thingy. Mr. Broccoli is still hanging out in the scrap basket. I hope you're cozy over there. What are you doing today? Is there any nice cooking today? What is Mr. Broccoli gonna eat? He usually does a lot of yummy foods. Because I feel like I have a little bit too much to make a hat. Possibly, like, definitely enough for a hat. And then some. Scarf. Rita's gonna have some nuggets. She put them in the air fryer. That is nice. That is a quick, nice meal. And Mr. Broccoli is reminding everyone to hit them thumbs up. Thank you very much. Marcus, if you watch this back or turn up in the chat. No, I mean this all in jokes. What, you don't want to scare or get on Marcus's bad side? It's all fun and games with Black Pearl. Yeah. You don't know about the food yet. You just finished cleaning up the kitchen. So the kitchen is prepared for when you decide to make food. That is good. This is definitely not a yarn that you're working from the inside out. So we are gonna use my handy dandy little spinny majig and let this just stand here and spin and be pretty. Start of skirt worked out. Nice. So let's see. I could do something similar to, okay, so what is in my head right now is something similar to the start of this one. I know this is not doing, the hanger's not doing it justice really, but what we do have is like a really loosey-goosey, oversized sweater type of thing with long sleeves. But what I'm thinking is I could do similar, but make it short so that it's like not even a crop top, pretty much just like this and long sleeves. Like cut this off over my boobs. So it's like this part and long sleeves. But I don't know if I have enough yarn for that. Um, but, but I'm thinking that could be fun. But I have to do it like really, really, these are really tall stitches. It's a really thin yarn, but it's really like this lacy type of thing going on. And I'm thinking if I do similar to this, but in a very fluffy yarn, it could be really cozy. Or should I just do a cowl or a hat? So many. I don't think I have enough to make sleeves. Maybe. That's the thing. I have inspiration from other things I've made, but it's not always easy to decide what I'm going to do. This one is really tricky to keep on the hangers, but I'm happy the hangers has this little dent so that it can like hook onto that. We haven't seen this much. I did wear this quite some over my bikini in the summer because it's not too warm, but it's covering. And it's fun, actually. A little extra fun something something. So many options. Yeah. Let's just see how it works to work with it. And maybe it will tell me what it wants to become. Okay, I'm feeling this is definitely not good for very lacy stuff. The stitches, I would need a bigger hook for that. I'm seeing this could definitely work out good as a hat. So, should we try and make a hat? It does really. Oh, me and my cords. You go back up there. So it is very fluffy, but it doesn't work up as fluffy. Like the fluff is filling out the spaces. So I do like how it looks. How it frogs, I have no idea. Pretty good, I would say so far. Okay. Working in the round or making like this one, where I made the ribbing first. Hmm. It is really smooth. I know Stina recently did a cowl. She made hers just in the round like this, and then she did star stitches. That one was pretty. I wonder how large it was, like some circumference wise. Because I feel like I would have enough for that, but maybe not much more. And I can definitely see this being like a nice and cozy, warm cowl. You're going to eat and then going to bed. Sounds really good. Yeah, you have a good night's sleep. Go to sleep. And give mom a hug from me. I talk to you soon. How big is this? Hmm. I missed a hook. In what way did I miss a hook? It is definitely like, I can scarfable is a saying, but wear it against your skin, really nice and soft. Fluffy. I'm just sitting here looking at it and I'd be like, what are we gonna do with you? I'm amazed how easy it frogs. Um no clue, it's out of your territory. Well, at least you're saying something. It's awesome. Um I, for some reason it just feels like when I sit down and try to do something not thinking about it, it's difficult at the moment, clearly. I want something simple. But what is simple? Nothing is simple. Squishy and fluffy. If it was a plastic model kit, you'd be in familiar territory. I can see that. That is more up your alley. I had Dream Builder in the chat earlier. I haven't seen Marcus. Dream was going to go to bed. That was a few hours ago. I've been here for 3.5 hours. So, but no Marcus today. So we haven't really talked about a lot of building things. What stitch would this look good in? I think it looks good in... Does it look good as a single crochet? Definitely works good in a single crochet. We're just swatching for a little bit since it actually frogs so easy. Yeah, maybe I'll be able to figure out what it wants to become if I swatch it. Swatchies are good. Or at least some say swatchies are good. Okay, it does look good like that. How about doubles? Oh, it works really smooth. Oh, I really wish I had more of this yarn. That much I can tell. Buttery, soft, smooth. It's just 100, what is it? 100 grams of 70% acrylic, 30% polyamide. It's called Pia from my Rusta store. But it is no longer available. Do I always do swatches? No, for sure not. I know we can't really see much, but I did do 2 rows of single crochets at the bottom. And then we did 2 rows of double crochets. Don't really know if you can tell the difference that much with all the fuzziness going on. But it's really, pretty squishy and stretchy. So that is going to be nice. And see, do 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 do. Okay. We are committing to a hat, I think. I think we're committing to a hat. That doesn't sound very promising, but gotta start somewhere. Do I keep swatches or I frog them? I don't like to just have swatches laying about. I like to use my yarn as much as possible. So if it's froggable, I will most likely just frog it. If not, I might make a swatch, but I don't have any real use for just swatches laying around, so maybe I should do more of a, all my swatches is this stitch or this size, and I can make like a scrappy blanket or something in the end. Yeah, like a patchwork throw, but I have nothing of the sorts. Really. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and that would be 8. So a few more stitches. 9, 10, 11, and 12, I think, will be a good number. 2, 4, 6, 8. Okay. So what do you like to work on, Woozy? Do you have like a favorite thing to do or a favorite type of fiber, perhaps? This is really not what I expected. I thought that this yarn was not going to be, buttery soft to just work my way through. Why did I not get more of it? Because it was expensive. It fancier. All different type of fibers, and loveys are your favorites. Loveys are kind of fast workups, right? You don't need to make them too big, right? Um, there we go. So question is, who do I know that would rock this bluish type color hat? I do not know anyone that would look very good in this color. Doesn't matter. I'm going to make it either way. 1 and 2. 1 and 1 and 2. Because I don't feel like this is my color. It is pretty. I think the other one is more my color. And in a way, I am being selfish with like, I didn't really have an idea for what to do with this yarn. So I'm kind of like offering to, I don't know, waste this yarn, or it's not like I'm not feeling. I would be sad if I don't like the project made out of this color. And then I save this one since I love this color and make something for me when I actually know what to make of it. That's how I'm thinking. So I'm I'm not saying trash project because that's not how it is, but like I'm not as sad if this doesn't turn out good. Yours are basically a head with a dishcloth size for holding on to. Oh yeah, that's what I envision when I'm thinking loveys. They are not as popular here in Sweden as far as I know. Like I have not really seen a lot of them here. Maybe it will be more popular in the future. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff that seems to be getting more and more popular coming from other places. So, but that's what I like, what I have seen, that I think of when I hear the word lovey. You're on Ravelry? Oh, that is nice. I also have Ravelry stuff. I only have a little bit there, 2 patterns, and more patterns that should be up there, but I have been lazy, so that hasn't happened. Um, I can start a trend. What trend would I start? Ugly Christmas sweaters? That is not really a big thing here. I know that is definitely a big thing in other places, especially with like the Harry Potter ugly sweaters that Mrs. Weasley makes. After that, some of them are really more popular here. Unravel the yarn mystery. Let's go there, and I think that is the end of this row. So what do we have so far? We have quite the fluffy and pretty start. Look at this. The yarn colors are Stupid lighting. There we go. Now you get to see it better. And it has the fluffy halo, so this would definitely be warm. Yep. It's interesting though that this side, which is the outside, the front, doesn't look as fuzzy, but when you turn it, it looks really fuzzy. All the fuzzies ended up on the back. See, there's not as much fuzzies on this side compared to this side. Maybe I should have it the other way around so that the outside is like really, really fuzzy, or keep it on the inside for insulation. Don't know. The fluffier side feels softer because the halo, I guess you're like hovering on the halo. Not sure as your eyesight is a bit fuzzy looking at that. Yeah, it is a fuzzy, fluffy yarn with quite the halo. You do see like the big, almost, it's quite long, fuzzy bits. Yeah, and you definitely see it better with my darker. Yeah, my hand is not helping out. With a darker background, there's definitely more fluff. And less fluff on the outside compared to the the wrong side. And then of course I'm never sure of how big to start before not increasing anymore. Never been really good at that. But we'll figure it out. One and two. One, two. One and two. There is 2 in that one and 2 in this one. 12. What is 12? Or 1, 2? My counting. Well, I only need to count to 2. First, there's 1 stitch in 1 stitch, and then there's another one in the stitch after, so 1, 2. And then after that, there's 2 stitches in the same. So there's 1 and 2 into the same stitch, which would also be called an increase. So an increase, as in 2 stitches in the same, and then 1 stitch in the next, 1 stitch in the next. But they're all still 1, 2, 1, 2. Learning something new, but whether it will stick or not is a different story for sure, or another matter. But yeah. Perhaps we should switch things up in a bit. Home sweet home and more, Amanda. Well, hello, Sina. How was your little out and about? Did you have a good time? And how tired are you now? Rita has gone to bed. Now you are back. Other people has also gone to bed. Dream Builder has gone to bed. I'm guessing there's a lot of the people still working. Well, ABD should still be working. I'm thinking. So it's still early for some. You should have listened to your body and just stayed at home. I think I'm working on a hat. I was talking earlier about your cowl that you made, that I could make a cowl because look at this yarn. Like it's fluffy and fuzzy, and I was thinking maybe a cowl, but I don't know how wide I would have to make it and whatnot, so I don't know. Maybe I should have done that instead. Dutchman's Woodchuck, hello, hello. Good to see you. Maybe we should get Marcus a starter crochet set and see how much his jar fills up. Yeah, that could be fun. Um, that could be fun. So I have two skeins of this, and I don't know if it would be enough for a cowl. Nobody works in the U.S. Election, because of election, nobody's working. You get the day off. Is that why nobody works or in the U.S., or just no one works in the U.S. period? But I was thinking a hat, so I started this, for the top of a hat. Because I don't know if I could make a cowl out of this, you know? And also I'm saving my favorite color I, for something better. But that's the same yarn, even though this has more colors. This only has these pinkish colors on the blue, and this one has greens and purples and all sorts of colors within. So pink, purple, and green in light green, I want to say. I can't get any more of it because it's already sold out, but it's called Pia, and it's from my Rusta store. So it's 70% acrylic and 30% polyamide. And it's so fluffy. Like, look at the halo. Look at the halo. Do you see that? Like, these strands are literally like 2 centimeters if I pull them, some of them. You sense that today is a crazy day in the US? You should start crocheting. Mm. You didn't tell where you're at. You're in the US. You're in Kentucky, the city of Bardstown, the bourbon capital of the world. So you are a bourbon uh, connoisseur, perhaps? Maybe, possibly. Nothing I need to look at like right this minute. So you just live in a bourbon capital, but you don't fancy bourbon. That is also fine. We do see a little bit of a difference. Okay, the colors are maybe possibly here. There's a purple streak here on the stitches, and then we have a more pinkish color out there. Do you see the difference? It's very slight uh, with the colors in this, the purple and the pink. Not much of a difference, but it is there. Maybe you see it better here, that there's a darker part and a lighter part. Bourbon balls at Christmas time. That's all the bourbon you get or you want. Perfectly fine. Not everyone likes bourbon. I'm not that much of a. I like pink bubbly stuff. That is my preference. Pink bubbly stuff. Yeah. Bardstown. Isn't that where Crystal Rogers and her family lived? Crystal Rogers. Never heard of. Famous person, I'm guessing. When you hear bourbon, you think of the chocolate biscuits? Bourbon chocolate biscuits? Is that a thing? So, Stina, how big of the cowl you made? Like, how big is it from side to side if you just lay it flat? Not in the round, like just from side to side. How big is it? If you measure. If you have it close by, that is, and can measure. Because I was curious if I could make one in this. Mm. In the news all the time, you followed the case. So Crystal is famous for something not very good. I'm taking it. Upstairs and not close by, but it's about 62 around, so 30, 31 across. A solid guess. Okay. So if I would to get my measuring tape, because I found a measuring tape, that we knew I had issues with for quite some time. That would be, well, 62, you said. So if I would take 62, like so, and just hippity hoppity fold it together, I could get it over my big head. That sounds like good, right? Okay, I can, yeah, definitely doable like that. Mr. Broccoli has to step out for a short bit. She is missing, Crystal Rogers. Someone you know, if it's from your city or town. I hope not, but if that's the case, yeah. I have clearly missed out on something. I'm For anyone that didn't see how easy this is to frog, you see how fuzzy this is. This is fussy mess. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Like it's frogging like butter. It's like butter to crochet it also. Her boyfriend allegedly got rid of her. Okay. That doesn't sound like a very nice boyfriend. Okay, we got a little bit more of a sticking thing going on with the halo, but that was the first time it actually did that. We're making a cowl. Okay, now the scene is here. And I got to ask the questions I needed. Now I got my answers. Now we're not making a hat anymore. I am so not able to decide what we're making today. But yeah. Thank you very much. I would have continued to make a hat and it would probably become too big because I'm crappy when it comes to the decision of how big to make hats. It would be too big up there and it would be like very big. That is usually what happens. Unless I have figured something out. And I have definitely not figured out this yarn. So it would have been a big hat. Is the electric chair still going on in Tennessee? Her boyfriend's brother, that was a police, might have gotten rid of evidence. Well, that doesn't sound like he's going to be keeping his job. Just I guess he might not be able to keep his job. So this yarn has so much going on, I'm not gonna do too much of a fancy thing to it. We're just gonna make a long chain. making a top hat of fuzzy yarn. So trial soon, even though she's still missing. Let's hope they have enough to convict. So just out of curiosity, and I don't want to know like if you voted or what you voted or when. I hope everyone that can vote, please do so, because that's, your democratic right and whatnot. But do you have any guess as to who might win the election? And that's just, not out of your own, personal beliefs or whatnot. Like, what is your guess? If you would to take a guess, how will this election turn out? Let's see. 57. News is telling a close race, and that this election will, like the prior, be highly depending on swing states. You think Harris will win? But who knows? Generally, a topic like politics would be better avoided. I know it's a sensitive. I'm just like taking guesses here how this might turn out. And as I said in a previous live stream, I don't care who you vote for, whatever you vote for or whatnot. The important thing is that you vote. Because if you don't vote, I don't think you have the right to complain about the outcome afterwards. But that is just, how I grew up. If you're allowed to vote, just do so. Please and thank you. Okay, so that has been a very long time. My aunt always said that to me. Like, if you don't like the options, what you can vote for, just vote blank. That means, you're not happy about the options, but you can still you still have the right to complain afterwards. Indeed, that's true also. Let's definitely big enough, and I think I can even squeeze it over my head with the headset on, but we're not gonna do that. So for funsies, there we go. And come on, make sure to not twist this chain, like so. You don't think they have a blank option? Do you have a blank option? We have blank options here. That's, I guess I was just assuming, but that might be making things trickier. I can see that being. But yeah, it's different in every country, so. Okay, so we're going one round and we're gonna take measurements. Because I think that now it will be bigger than, or bigger, but you know, my stitches are gonna fill out. So I did do the starting chain a little bit shorter than the 62 you said. It was at 57 and then I added 2 stitches, but I'm guessing that's going to push it over 60 at least. Steve, now you're going to be working on anything now, or are you just too tired and just, relaxing for a few before bed? You're just a zombie. So maybe some snacks and just laying back to relax. Just because I can, just because it's fun. But I want to just shake up the scrap basket and see if anyone falls out. Is anyone hanging out in the scrap basket? Maybe someone woke up from that. Very cheerful. You're debating if you need to frog the last 2 rounds of your shawl because, well, you stupid enough to do drops patterns and it's anything but clear instructions. Well, nothing new on that one. Why do you keep doing drops as patterns and be frustrated over them? That is your thing, a little bit. You you have done a couple and you have complained about them. Speaking of zombie, you're listening to this training Zoom audio and this guy's voice is putting you to sleep because you got the yarn, but you can use your yarn for other things. You don't have to do that. But you can change your mind. You have pretty yarns. You can make something else with them. You haven't complained about all of them? Maybe not. I might have missed out on a few, but I've also heard you complain quite a bit over a few of them. So maybe that's evens out if some patterns are worse than others and you Ah. You have me in one ear and the other guy in the other ear and he's trying to put you to sleep. So did I wake you up with my little scrap basket tune? Perhaps a little bit. He's very monotone. I hope I'm not. I don't know if I've heard anyone recently say that they use me as a lullaby or, keeping them company as they fall asleep. I don't know if I have that type of voice. But that's only because I don't think I've heard anyone say it. I can definitely probably be good to sleep to for some. It is a possibility. Okay. Let's see how. I felt like I should be further on now. I'm a little bit more than halfway. Just halfway. World of Crochet, yarn brings all the boys to the yarn as their yarn is better than yours. Don't know the rest of the song to play around with the lyrics. That is a fun wordplay though, or like lyric play. I do that sometimes too, play around with switching up lyrics to songs. I know I did it recently, but I don't remember what song or what I changed it to. Just the other day. So, Stina, do you think I could make a cowl out of this? Should I have enough yarn? I don't know how much yarn you used of whatever yarn you had, but I have two. And it feels like we barely made a dent in the first one, right? So I should make a decent. Can you take measurements of how tall yours is whenever you have time? 150 to 160 grams, and I have 200. Woo! I have 200 grams of 120 meters. It's a 6 millimeter crochet hook. I should be pretty safe. Well, let's hope so. 30 to 32 high. Okay. I know that you added another row when I was looking, but I never saw your finished one. Half the height of the width. So when it is crocheted, it's pretty much a square because it is 32 at the bottom ish, if it's turning out the way I'm thinking it should, and then the same. So yeah, like a square laid flat. Okay. And the height allows me to snuggle in my face and head. True. I'm not sure I'm gonna wear it because I don't know if I'd never had a cowl before, so this is my first cowl, which I don't know if it is my thing. I do have my shawls, but I don't know unless I try, and I can't try unless I have one, right? Worst case scenario, I'll be gifting it to someone. Not sure if Big Kid will want it or if it's too much with the pink, but he does like he has um thin scarves that is just pretty much a tube pulling down over his head, and then he pulls it up to hide himself when it's cold. So it is more his thing than mine, just because I don't know yet. Do I crochet stuff for my kid? No, like my big kid, he has mostly hats, winter hats, and I made him a hexagon cardigan. In the past, I've made more blankets and stuffies, like toys. Um, but he has a couple of winter hats. My small kid, she has some hats and dresses and other things too, but she doesn't really wear them a lot. Like recently, she started to want to wear the dresses a bit more. She did recently just remember that. Well, I guess it's because I hung everything up here that this one existed. So she was running around in this one for a whole day. Um, this is yarn that I got from Stina, the ice yarn. That mini me wasn't happy with the length in the past, so I had to add more to it. But now she's happy with the length, and this is really snuggly and comfy. So before she didn't want it, and now she has been rocking it. And it it has a really nice fit. So even though it's been a while since I made it, also it's very stretchy, but it was, I guess, a little big to begin with. So it's nice that she actually decided to start wearing stuff I've made for her, and they still fit. It's not like, oh, it's already too small and now she wants them. Yeah, kids change their minds all the time. They do. They do. One day, one type of food is delicious, and the next day, they don't want to eat it. They don't even want to look at it. That is also a thing. So, there we go. One thing that now is crossing my mind, since one side turned out to be fuzzier than the other, should I continue crocheting in the round, or should I alternate and turn it at every round to get the fuzz on the inside and on the outside on the different rounds for a different look? I could do one row of double crochets and one row of like single crochets, slipping them back and forth. Let's measure first. Okay, it's probably a little bit bigger. It is a little bit bigger. So we have 35, 36. Should be fine, right? It might be a little bit too big. Is it too big? I don't think so. Both your kids change their mind from time to time quickly? Yep. I don't see anything wrong with it being a little big, right? It could still work. Worst case scenario, I have to give it to someone with a big head. Okay, so give it to Marcus. Maybe is he can hide his beard in it. He's got a big beard. Yeah. The, and it's got a little pink in it. Okay, I think I like the look of this. Double crochets one round, turn, single crochets the other way, and then go back to double crochets on the right side. Single crochets on the wrong side, double crochets on the right side. Enough of a little extra. Even though the yarn itself is very extra, I think this is not going to be too boring. Oh, and if it's totally not working out as a cowl, I guess I could sew it shut on one side and make it into a bag. Just add a strap. A fuzzy bag. Start a new trend. Fuzzy bags. In a way, I think this yarn would really feel good as mittens. But I do not do mittens. Well, I've actually never done any. I've started, but I failed and it only turned into like wrist warmers with a thumb hole. That is my limit, I guess. But I could have definitely made a pair of wrist warmers out of this. Maybe I should do that for myself in the green yarn. The ideas are slowly appearing. I'm not much for that type of thing, at least not making them. So I guess that's not, why it didn't cross my mind that I could do that, because I never really do them. I should step out of my comfort zone more often and just remind myself that there's so many other things out there that I could crochet that I don't crochet because I just forget that I can. It drops us out of your comfort. So you're pushing yourself out of your comfort zone a bit too much, perhaps. Feels like you're almost perhaps even torturing yourself with badly written patterns. There we go. Turn my work. Hard to see if I am getting all my stitches in here. 1, 2, 3. That is a little tricky with this yarn that I don't really see where I'm putting my stitches. So we stitched into this one. There we go. Okay. I was thinking earlier, and I am not sure why I didn't do what I was thinking. So let's do what I was thinking. Let's switch it up and give you guys another angle for a bit, because I can. Let's move some stuff around. You can be somewhere else. But I'm only going to do what I usually did when I did the scrap basket. We're just going to flip you down. And let's hope. No. There we go. That you can stay somewhat okay. Come on now. Nope. I know you can do it. Where is that cord going? I don't know where it's at. No. I know you can do it. Okay. Switch of plans. You get to come and play along. Perhaps. No. Okay. I'm just gonna not make you seasick for a bit while I figure this out. Why are you being so stupid? It was so much easier before. Why? What changed? Okay, there is that one. Okay, can we do something about that? Can you hold it in place, please? Thank you very much. Perhaps. At least so you just stay. Okay, how is that looking? Decent. Just a teeny tiny bit more, I think. There we go. Okay, and we can get a little bit of a better lighting thing going on here. So much stuff all over the place. You go there. And you are making lights. Oh. Yeah, you get to see how messy it is when you get to see more. This is not too bad, though. It could have been worse. But I don't like that you guys might have the flashing light issue. So we're hiding that underneath the... This is for my glasses. You need to go to bed. You have a good night's sleep, hopefully. Oh, things to do before bed also. It was awesome to have you here. Sweet dreams. And I hope to see you soon again. It's so fluffy. The only thing that could be, I guess, not so nice with a fluffy cowl is if it's possibly, fluffing up in your nose and tickles. I guess that could be less nice. Possibly. Yeah, really soft and nice and squishy. I am sad I did not get enough of this yarn to make a cardigan, because that would have been lovely. Like a cardigan amount or sweater amount of this yarn. But you can't get everything. I did get some. And I get to be happy for that. It is a little unruly on this. Didn't want to spin nicely. Feels like when I have my elbows down on the table that I'm kind of, moving the table a bit and the camera is shaking more than I'd expect it to. Don't feel like a shaky camera is what we need. So Trying to keep my elbows off the table. When do you guys turn to winter time? If you, I don't think we have anyone from Arizona, right? Because there's a no switch of time there, right? I think it's Arizona. Because we already did that here. But it's still sometime before you guys do it, right? I think it is. I haven't heard that you should have done it yet. Your US friends did last weekend? Sunday, this coming Sunday? Or this last Sunday? Last Sunday. Okay, so you are in winter time now. So we are back in same difference. Because we switched a few weeks ago. Not that it really matters that much because I still can't keep track of what time it is. I am still here. I am still here. And you are back. Did it go as you wanted to, according to plans? 4:49 p.m. I have 10:40 p.m. All the way in Sweden. And there we go. Flip it around and do some single crochets again. Oh, the 9 was supposed to be a 0. I figured as much. You have 2 degrees. I don't think I'm too far off, actually. Let's check. Let's feels and smells like snow. I don't think I'm that far off. Hobie candy for anyone who didn't recognize it. Okay, you're a little bit colder than I am. Northwest winds. It's colder and it's more windy. I have a little bit warmer, little less wind, west southwest. My humidity though. I love this. 2, 4, and 6 degrees. It's a very very evenly spaced out temperatures. 24 degrees. Would that be Celsius or Fahrenheit? You can always type weather and your city or postal code or whatnot, and Nightbot will help out. Nightbot is very nice for that. You didn't get the black yarn, but you got Rubbermaid containers, so you can seize out not kitchen. Your landlords are seeing pest control guys tomorrow for prevention of cockroaches. Ooh. Yeah, that Mm, 24 degrees Celsius. I am jealous. As you clearly can see, both me, Stina, and Brett are, colder, wintry type of climates. It's not very nice weathers. I definitely would do 24 degrees and a bikini right now. Yes, please, thank you. Lounging in the sun would be awesome, but that is not going to happen for months. You're jealous of us. You want to come to the icy cold Sweden. Winter is coming. It's dark, it's cold, and it's not going to be nice for a couple of months now. Definitely the type of season to sit and crochet with good company and a hot beverage. Maybe even a fireplace if you're lucky enough to have one. Or, well, not like me and have issues with fire, but that is a story for another day. So, ABD, I can come and hang out on your porch. You got the margaritas ready for me when I arrive? 20 is definitely good enough for me. Yes. I'll happily take any of your margaritas. Blackberry, anything. Straw. Yeah. Yes, please. Thank you. You love late fall, winter, and early spring. Why are you not in somewhere where it's colder? Fall is your favorite for sure. Why is it that the people that wants the warmth doesn't live in the warmth, and the people that wants the cold doesn't live in the cold? Sweden is awesome. It's great. In other ways, maybe just not during the cold wintry months. Summer is nice when it doesn't rain the whole summer because that can happen. there's there's always something to complain about when it comes to the weather. It's too rainy. It's too sunny. It's too windy. It's too this or too that. Never happy. You've had frost, but then back up for a bit. Yeah, here it is frosty for sure. Frosty the Snowman. He is not here yet, which is maybe good. Yep, we are getting somewhere. The single crochet rounds are faster than the double crochets, even though this is like buttery smooth. I really feel it's so much simpler with whether it's like politics. You can't make everyone happy all the time. Also very true. Also very true. And both whether in politics with the whole like you can't make him happy all the time or make everyone happy. It's the same with 4-year-olds because when you think that you have them happy, they change their minds. Or kids, but like smaller kids with stubborn, um, yeah, that just the period of 4, 5 wanting to test limits and have ideas of their own. They are exactly like that too. You also had some frost? And you don't. Yeah, toddlers. My 4.5-year-old is definitely keeping me on my toes. Suzanne! Hello, how are you doing? Good to see you. What are you doing today? I am all over the place today and not being able to make up my mind to what I want to do. So now we are trying out to make a cowl, and I have no idea if I'm gonna like it or not because I don't normally wear them because I don't have anyone or any of them, so I never tried them. You have unseasonably warm weather, so you're sitting outside right now. I am jealous. I am jealous. I have. What did Nightbot say? My temperature is in Fahrenheit. We can scroll up in the chat for. I'm just gonna scroll up for. My temperature is 39 degrees Fahrenheit. Not the most comfortable temperature to sit outside. Also, a lot of men. Not all men, but definitely a lot. Also true. There's a lot of things out there. You can't please them all. That make him all happy. Brett's not saying anything. Well, I think at least I don't want to say the majority of us, but a lot of us hanging out here in the chat. We're kind of easy to please. Just give us some yarn and peace of quiet. Um, that is not every day you can get that, but so it's kind of easy to please yarny peeps. Give us yarn and peace and of quiet and let us do our thing for an hour or three, and then we'll be much happier. At least I think so. It works for me. Yes. Yarn. Throw them at us. Let us hug them. Squeeze them. Sometimes you just need a trip to the yarn store to squeeze yarn, not necessarily bring any home. Just squeeze some yarn that isn't the yarn that you normally squeeze at home, and then happy again. Looks like the cowl is working up nicely. Thank you. I'm worried that it is a bit too big, but we'll see. Because it turned out that my measurements was bigger than the measurements you said. By quite a lot. You like cowls? Some people don't. You have made one of fleece that you wear a lot. Fleece is nice. It's soft and keeps the wind out pretty good. It's not one of them fabrics that it just blows straight through, so that's good. Yeah. Where did I put my tape measure? It turned out to be quite a lot bigger. So I don't know. Maybe I'll just have to turn it into a bag. 38. So you said like 30 or 32 or something. It's this much bigger on one. So that means it's like this much bigger. Quite a bit bigger. I can turn it into a bag. Possibly. I don't know if it's too big. But yeah, you can definitely see that the starting chain is a little on the tighter side compared to the rest. But as I said, I might have to give it to someone with a big head. The colors are actually not really showing up very good. So there you got a close-up of what the yarn looks like. Very fuzzy purple or lavender something, blue perhaps. It's maybe a bluer color, but and then pinks and some purples. But worked up, it's you see the colors popping through a little bit. Very soft. Yarn specs, 100 grams, 70% acrylic, 30% polyamide, 120 meters. So 120 meters on 100 grams. Like a really thick. It's bigger than a 4. It's bigger than a worsted, and then the fluff on it even. So yeah. Don't know where you could find anything similar to this. To be honest, I have not seen anything. Well, you can probably find the yarn specs itself, but like the fluffiness and whatnot, I have no idea. Quite similar to what you used, except you had no fluff. Okay. That is good to know. But it's definitely buttery smooth. Do you see how like it just glides over the hook? Maybe it's not even that easy to see because it's I can crochet fast. Um, that is probably pretty obvious. It's a fast, nicely worked yarn. Woozy64 on Ravelry. Stina, could you be a peach and just send that to me on Facebook, the Woozy64, in the messenger? I know you're fast on fixing stuff like that, so I can check her out later. Because I hid my keyboard and stuff. I'm just guessing since Sina said she was a zombie that she might not have her hands too busy at the moment, other than when she's typing to us, possibly. Or did you pick up something to crochet? Did zombie mode wear off? Thank you. You prefer a looser fit to scarves and cowls. Well, maybe this will be good then. I know that the cowl Stina made really looked good on her. It just feels like this might be a bit bigger. And I'm honestly feeling like it might be too big. So I might have to just unwrap, frog this all, and start from the beginning if I'm gonna make this one into a actually wearable thing. But you never know. It would be so typical of me, as I said it earlier. Like when I make hats, I tend to make them a bit too big. Thank goodness your Zoom meeting is over. So you're done with listening to that guy now? Can you stretch your legs and get to shake that off before you continue to do other things? Now it's just one voice, my voice. I apologize for that. No, I'm just kidding. I don't think you'd been here as much as you had if you didn't like my voice, or at least you can tolerate it. And it sounded like the other one was definitely less pleasant. There we go. I'm Another idea just popped up in my head. I don't know if I have enough yarn for that, but there is another idea in my head. And I will have to measure and I will have to think and calculate. Um, I need one of Mini-Me's sweaters. Because I'm actually like, does this fit around her waist? This could be a bottom up sweater. I know I don't have a lot of yarn, but I could make it striped. Because looking at it, since it feels like it might be too big for a cowl, it might be enough for her belly. If you know what I mean. Decisions, decisions, decisions. So if I would try to commit to make this into a sweater for her, it might be a short-sleeved, fluffy stuff. Oh, wow. See, nothing goes the way you'd think. You see me crocheting all these things. I have plenty of things on the racks behind me. There's just a lot, and you don't see this very often. You have seen it recently. My last live streams were kind of a little bit similar with me all over the place, but hey, I guess that's what we're doing here. I need a little piece of paper. There we have a piece of paper. Do I have a pen? Three course sleeves? Possibly. Possibly. So I do need a pen. I have a pen. I used a 6mm. Let's attach that to this. Just poke you onto that stitch marker and put you over there for now. And just put these to the side, because I'm not gonna sit here and continue this with that in my mind and not measure stuff and whatnot beforehand. We're not committing to something that big. Just like so. Where should we put you? You should go back into the bag I found you in. Awesome place to hang out. And you go in there too. Come on. Don't be silly. Let's just do something easy. You're contemplating sleep. Well, maybe that is a good idea. Maybe I should do the same. In a way, I'm probably in need of it. But not yet. You get to see this one more up close and personal for a bit. Oh, such a difference holding a 6mm hook and chunky yarn and a 3.5mm and fine yarn. Do any fidgety thing like teeny tiny stuff? I tend to not do that many small things because that requires me to sew in ends and stuff, and I do not really like that. I am not much for sewing and tails and yeah. Nightbot, did she get timed out though? No, it was just a warning for link posting thing. It says posting links, not emojis. Or at least that's what it says. What is that? Okay, that was too many emojis, and that was also too many emojis. I just see, are you finished? Stop posting links. Warning. Stupid Nightbot. We can tell a Nightbot to I don't have the Hexis emote thing turned on. I only have the link thing enabled. So it shouldn't even do that. Excess emote isn't enabled. Now it's enabled. Now it's disabled. It was disabled. Also excess symbols, repetitions, and excess caps. None of them are on. It's just links and some blacklist words, and I don't even know what the blacklisted words are because I don't have any. So it should only be links. I don't know why it did that. Should we take a look in my stash of amigurumis or things like it? We have a bunch of bunnies. I didn't do all of the bunnies. This bunny is made out from Missy's cottage, but I did make the other bunnies. And since it's pumpkin season, we can bring out the pumpkins. It's been a while since we looked at the pumpkins up close. We should have done that because it's pumpkin season. Pumpkin season. Of course, we get Snaily out and all the small things. Did I lose a pumpkin? No, I didn't. I did not lose a pumpkin. I'm getting the stuff out that I'm mostly proud of. I guess. There's plenty of other things. But we have bunnies in different sizes. So this bunny is my special bunny because I am born in the year of the rabbit and I guess a fire bunny. You can't send photos in the chat. I have a Facebook group, and I know that there's a link somewhere. I know Nightbot should be dropping the link to my Facebook group once in a while. If not, it should be posted in the description down below. And you can post links in the Facebook group. That's why it's there. Or pictures. But I am a fire bunny, so this is a fire color bunny. Volcania, even got a name. Missy bunny, that's the only bunny that I didn't make out of these ones. I like that they're hanging out in this basket. It fits them. Of course, we have pumpkin season. I made these, was it last pumpkin season? I want to say last year. And the yarn is the same yarn for all of them. I did do the leaves in the same pattern. It's the exact same pattern, just different hook sizes. And I got the different sizes. So this is like kind of drapey, and they get stiffer and stiffer as they change in color. I like my pumpkins. Did I have the Facebook group in the description box? I think so. Yes. Yes. So the Facebook group is linked in the description box, and you can request to join and get to share your pictures over there. You're a wood dragon. I don't think I've heard of that combination before. Then again, I haven't heard of that many combinations. I just know that I'm a fire bunny or a fire rabbit. We got pumpkins. A lot of them. No, not that many. We got 3 pumpkins. One of the most famous pieces of crochet I have done. My big snail. I think this is one of the most talked about pieces. Well, hello, Steve. How are you doing? Good to see you. Wood dragon this year. So anyone born this year is a wood dragon. That is cool. Yeah, my giant snail is very pretty. It's got horns. Well, maybe not. It's a horny snail. All the fun jokes. I don't remember when we looked at Snaily this up close and personal in detail. I don't know if everyone has actually seen that. Snaily usually hangs out on the shelf behind us, and we don't really look at details very often. And we have a basket full of things. We have eggplant. We have a leek. We have corrupted the vegetable aisle more than once. We have a little snail with googly eyes, or it's a finger puppet eye snail. We have Elvis the turtle. I know some people like Elvis the turtle. We have a couple of turtle enthusiasts out there. We have Jessica the frog. Just a fried egg with eyes. We have a blowfish or pufferfish that looks very, very puffed up. The eyes are a little bit puffier than they probably should be according to the pattern. But hey, it was fun to make. I did do a friend a week before, so friend of the week has been something I actually miss doing, but I also feel like I haven't been getting that many good ideas lately. So we need to maybe inspire me to do some friends of the week and such soon. We have a carrot. I need to make 2 more carrots in different sizes of yarn. Still have that to do. We have a banana. Because who doesn't like a banana in the fruits and veggie aisle? That is just cray-cray. Ice cream cone. Very many things here. We have a bunch of eggs. Just, Easter eggs. Nothing special with the eggs. Well, this one is a little funnier, I guess, with stripies. We have a pocket pickle. Because why not? Right? And we have a... Okay, now let's get you all back in the basket. There's only a few things left to look at, so everything can go back in the basket other than what I have in my hand. We have a goddess statue, and we have a broccoli and a mini volcano. This mini volcano was not a successful one. I have a better one that I did after that hanging out on the shelf. So here is Mr. Broccoli, which is also our dear Brett in the chat. I don't even remember what his current handle thingy is because I'm so used to just saying Mr. Broccoli. I know it's not even broccoli in it anymore. And we have Miss Frosty. Facebook, well, if you go down into the description down below, you find the Facebook group and you just ask to join it. You will not find me on Facebook. Well, you might find I have a Scraptastic Facebook, but that's not what I was talking about. So Brett, which of your I don't know what you have right now. Why don't I remember? You are here somewhere. Frosty Bee Rocks. So almost Frosty Broccoli. That's what you I miss your other ones. The FBI and CIA. It's been a while since we were really silly in the vegetable aisle and needed the support pickles and whatnots. Speaking of, I need some new emojis for my members. There is still a few of you that plays along with them from now and then, but we do have a support pickle. And I also now see the bougie one, so maybe I should take a sip because it's been a while. And I just moved my glass over way too far because I moved stuff. So cheers. And let's not make you guys all crazy from the flashing light. I'm not sure if I can switch the lights on my mouse. I am happy though that I can turn it off on the keyboard, so that is not bothering us. But I haven't figured out if my mouse is the same. I'm thinking it should be possible since I can change the colors of the keyboard and they came as a set. So yeah, now we got to see some of my smaller friends or smaller makes. So it's still Tuesday for me for another hour. No, less than an hour. You guys still have a bunch of hours left of the Tuesday. Most of you. Um, do we have any fun plans this week? Tomorrow is Wednesday, and there is a possibility that I can just come and hang out with you guys again. I don't want to make any promises, but tomorrow looks like a possible day to hang out. If you're in the mood, that is. Well, if I'm in the mood, of course, also. So even with me sitting here with thick socks or double layer socks, thick socks, another long sweater underneath this one that I just crocheted, and I have a tank top underneath and leggings. I'm still cold. My apartment definitely could be warmer. Hello, Mara. Good to see you. It's been a while. How are you doing? What are you doing today? Do you get some crochet time? I hope so. So we did 4 and 2. Now we're doing 4. Okay. 1 and 2. One, two, one, two, one, two, and another set of 2. 1 and 2. Yes. You got off work and then you had to pick up a few essential at the grocery store. So you'll be driving home and unable to read the chat. It's been a while. You're glad that I can have my so you can listen while you're driving? I hope you drive safe. And that the traffic isn't too bad wherever you're at the moment. I'm guessing you're going like just home by the sound of it. No more stops. Sometimes it's nice to have company while you drive, so I totally get it. I'm almost considering taking my headband off since you can't really see it anyway and putting my hat on. Just because it's starting to get really cold now since it is hanging out here. So I could just put this on instead. But it feels like a little too much to have the hat on indoors. But we'll see. As the temperature drops outdoors, which it does now since it's evening, well, late night, it will probably drop a little bit more indoors. So maybe not the most comfortable. I wish I didn't have to sit here and complain about the temperature in my apartment, but it is cold. And I can definitely not be mad at the maintenance guy because he is definitely doing everything he can do to fix it. Other than the fact that one of his, I don't know, machines, equipment was sent off to be calibrated to make sure that it's doing what it's supposed to do. And he just has to wait for that to come back before he can continue with some of his investigations to what might be wrong with what. But he's definitely working hard. I am a little bit curious, though, to whether he'd been working so hard for, like, just any other person. Because I did realize that, well, I don't really, like, I don't know him. I know kind of him. But he knows my dad. Like, he grew up with my dad. It was just a coincidence that I found that out. Because he was talking about where he was living, like just in a general direction, not specifying where he actually lived. And then we're just like, well, I used to live in that direction too, and my dad still lives in that direction. And well, they're from, they went to school in the same town. So I was like, well, yeah, well, my dad lives there now. And he's like, well, that's where I live. So they live just a few, well, 5-minute walk or something. My dad usually passes his house when he's out walking the dog. And they did some shenanigans in their, younger years. So I don't know if that has contributed to the fact that he's working extra hard just because he knows my dad, or if he's just a very hardworking guy. Hard to tell. I'm appreciated his efforts either way to get my apartment warmer. It doesn't help the fact that I'm on, the first floor with a basement underneath, and the basement is not heated, and on like a north facing end of the house. I don't have an apartment, underneath me or to one side. If you have an apartment in the middle of a building, the apartments around it will help heating, or at least help the heat from disappearing. And I don't have that. So that might be contributing to the fact that this is a colder apartment compared to some others. Because I haven't heard the neighbors complaining, which is weird. Because you'd think that the neighbors would complain if they are in the similar situation, especially like the ones just straight above me. Because the warm water that goes through our radiators, they, go through my apartment and upwards to the apartment above me. And since it's cold here, it should be cold there too, I'd imagine. But there's other things at play here with my ventilation. So, what did I do over here? I did 2, 4, and 6. 2, 4, and 6. So I should not jump over everything. And let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. Jump over those. Don't forget to stretch. Don't forget to drink. I should actually get some water. Well, get some water. I have water. So let's do that. Thanks for all the thumbs up, you guys. I hope that I can finish this one soon. Not for the fact that I need to finish it for any reason at all. This is just a shawl I've been working on while I've been on the bus. It just feels like I can, start something else that is simple to have on the bus when this one's finished. And I need to finish stuff. Like I did finish the sweater I'm wearing now yesterday. I need to finish more stuff. Some things I literally just need to try on and see, like, do I need to start increasing? Because I have a dress that I'm working on. I just need to see if it's time to start increasing on that one for like my hips. But I haven't gotten there yet. Or I haven't gotten to try it. That's the only reason I stopped. I just need to try it and see if it's time to do that or not. And then I can continue. It's just the silliest reason to not have done more on that one. Time flies when you're having fun. I hope you're having fun, even though I might be a little bit boring right now and not really talking. Crocheting away over here. And it looks like we got a few more people. Who is hanging out in my scrap basket right now? If you just came in, please say hello, so I know who you are and properly can greet you. You know. What are we doing today? What are we working on? What's in your cup or glass? Or anyone having anything to eat soon? Time to cook something? I am not really hungry, even though I've been here over 5 hours and I had a snack before we started, so I don't have to think about food just yet. I'm never boring. Thank you, Rosie. You're still in the scrap basket, Suzanne. That is really nice. What are you doing in the scrap basket right now? Just hanging out there being cozy, or are you doing something? You're still clearing out your entire kitchen, working out a sweat, and your back hates you for it. I can imagine. Um, if I could, I would give you a back rub afterwards, because you most likely deserve it if you're clearing out your whole kitchen. Yep. In that case, a good back rub is most likely needed. Crocheting in a doll dress. How big of a doll is it? Is it a small, like, Barbie doll or a bigger doll, like baby size? And what color? "18-inch pink doll dress." That's a little bit of a bigger doll, right? Me and measurements never really work out. As we can see when well, trying to make a cowl that might not turn into a cowl because it might turn into a sweater, or something. just just my luck. Or just a UFO. I'm gonna frog it in a half a year or something and be like, yeah, no, don't know what to do with it. Let's figure something else out. And make wrist warmers or a headband. You're supposed to go out for dinner, but it's storming and you really just want to go home. Sounds like home could be a good thing if it's storming. You can be nice and cozy at home with your puppies, and you can pick up some food and don't have to cook. American Girl dolls. I have heard of them, but it doesn't ring a bell to like how they look or like size-wise. Tracy is still here. Bad thunderstorms. Yeah, no, you go home and get cozy and you get yourself something nice and warm to drink. I don't know if Irish coffee is something that is common or popular in the US or if that's just not a thing. Because that could be good for a thunderstorm, possibly. Nice and warm and spicy a little bit. Or, yeah, maybe not spicy, but coffee with a kick. You've heard of it, but you don't drink coffee. So other hot chocolate, hot beverage, you can do like hot chocolate with something in it. She doesn't drink coffee. She's a weirdo. So hot chocolate with something in, possibly, what goes good with hot chocolate? Rum? Possibly a whiskey? I don't know. Does bourbon go good in hot chocolate? But it's very similar to it. Like Irish coffee is coffee with whiskey and whipped cream. So hot chocolate with whipped cream and something to spice it up. But I don't know what would work best. For some reason, it feels like rum could be good for that. I'm just, something extra to heat you up in, a little bit of a burning heat in your throat. I got yarn barf. That usually happens when you're getting close to the end of these schemes. Cakes. 18 inches is a foot and a half. Good size to play dress up with. So, like a baby size, like a newborn baby-ish. Chambord in hot cocoa. I do not know what Chambord is, but Kahlua or Amaretto, that could do it. How about Bailey's? Bailey's in hot cocoa? But they're supposed to go like next to coffee, so I don't know. At least we found something that she she likes. Amaretto was apparently a good choice. Will it go good in hot chocolate though? That is the question. Rum chata? What is that? I have never heard of. Rum and something. Or is that a like a beverage of its own? Okay. Brett likes it, ABD doesn't. Or she looks like she's questioning this a little bit. Oh, you never heard of it. So almond flavor, almond and chocolate. It could go. Yeah, you could probably get away with that. That sounds like not the most terrible thing I've heard of. Rum chata is a cream liqueur manufactured in Wisconsin. The recipe includes rum, dairy cream, cinnamon, vanilla sugar, and other flavorings. That sounds like it would be worth a try at least. It's doesn't sound terrible. There's definitely worse things out there than that. So, some trip tips and tricks. Yarn cakes when they start to fall apart, and I've been traveling with mine, so it's always a mess at the end because I haven't been just keeping it nice and still on the desk in any way, shape, or form. I could have, but I haven't. But when it starts to become this messy, instead of making the mess worse, I do like to just, I have, it's so dark colors, but we have, this is still looking okay. Even though it's, collapsed, it's still okay. What we have here is a yarn tangle that isn't too bad. Sometimes it's definitely worse than this. But what I like to do, I'm just like leaving this to the side and I work my way backwards if I can and just make a little ball out of this, slowly untangling it. Um, because if you start to fight these too much, um, you can have a really, nasty situation on your hand. But I like to untangle them before they start to become too bad. And little at a time. See, I have this yarn tail still attached to the cake. Just wrapping this up on my hand. And it might be a little annoying, frustrating, whatnot to deal with this. But if you're gentle and you do it before it gets bad, yeah, you're gonna for sure make your life a little bit easier dealing with it sooner. You just went to the store yesterday. You're all gonna make me go again today. I am still up. Auntie Mama is back in the building. I am still up. We are at 11:43 p.m. and I am untangling yarn. You always wind into a center feed ball before you start a project. A center fed ball, or you mean a cake? Because what I have here is just the remnants of a cake. I can definitely recake the cake. But my cake winder is noisy. So I prefer to not do that while I'm streaming. If I would cake stuff, it's not nice on your ears. Also, my whole desk is jumping while I do that, so you definitely have, camera going left, right, and center, and maybe make you seasick. Almost. Okay. At least I have good company while I am untangling this. Because you guys are awesome. You just finished dinner. What was for dinner? Was it yummy? Did you cook it? I'm guessing you cooked it because it's in your kitchen. Auntie Mama's kitchen. That's where the cooking happens. See, it's not too bad, this little tangle here. And this will be so much easier to handle. You have a cake winder, but you prefer to do it mindlessly on your fingers and hand. I can do that to an extent, like what I'm doing now. If it's not that big of a thing, I'm definitely going to do it with my hand. I have issues with my neck and shoulders, so I can't do that too much because of the really monotone, quite fast movement. So smaller things like this, yes. But if I had to recake stuff, I'd have to whip out my winder. I have a Knit Pro cake winder. It's above my head. I had it out not too long ago. We can take a look at it. This is what I have. Just a spinny one. Nothing really fancy. No electrical anything. But it does what it needs to do. Attach it to my desk and just spin away. That was a Christmas present one year, I think. Christmas or a birthday present, but it was a gift. Baked chicken with sauteed peppers, onions, and zucchini served with yellow rice. Yellow rice. Did you add saffron or something to make it yellow? Like yellow spices? Or is there a specific rice that is yellow? I've heard of wild rice, black rice, white rice, but I don't think I've heard of yellow rice at the store. So my guess is spiced up with yellow seasoned stuff. Turmeric, perhaps. You gifted mine to yourself. That is also an option, for sure. Oh, you found pre-seasoned in a package. I don't think I've seen that here. If I want seasoning to rice, I would most likely have to do that myself. Mahatma yellow rice. Is that the brand? Never heard of it. We have Uncle Ben's here, though. I haven't had Uncle Ben's rice since I was young, though. That's what my mom used to get when I was younger, but I haven't had that in I don't even know how many years. I'm gonna turn the lights off of the little spitty spider here because I realized they was still on and you're not even seeing this, so I'm moving that to the side for now. Wasting batteries isn't helpful, right? Just feel like I need to move around a little bit, so I am stretching my arms and my shoulders and wiggling around a little bit. Maybe you should do so too. Stretch, move around, shake, shake, shake. Perhaps. There we go. One, two. Oh, like so. And uh, 2, 4, 6, 2 chains. Almost time to turn around. End of this row. And we get to flip it around. There we go. Yeah, my neck is still bothering me from yesterday. There was a lot of things that was bothering me yesterday, but I went to my mom's and they have really large apple trees outside her apartment. And they have been, had notes up in their buildings to like, oh, pick up the apples before they go bad. Grab some while you can. Just go get some apples. And my mom was like, well, yeah, you need to bring some apples home. It's like, okay, yeah, sure, I can bring some apples home. I picked apples and I filled up my backpack to the point where I could barely close my backpack. Nothing wrong with that. I just, a lot of apples. And then I had to bring all the apples home, even though there was, bus rides and whatnot, there was still a little bit of walking with the apples. And not too bad. Like my backpack is a really, really good hiking backpack, so it was plenty of support. But I felt it in my neck waking up this morning that I was really stiff. And I'm guessing it was because I was carrying a lot, because that was the only thing that was like different from all the other times. So just a very heavy backpack. Woke up with a headache. Um, took some meds for that, and it was, it was better. But I am feeling now that I am still sore in my back, and that I might have a headache coming. So I will shortly do something about that to just, stop it from becoming an issue. I think will be a good thing to do. Nope. That's not what I was supposed to do. You have word on dinner. You're currently pet sitting while friends is out for birthday. So you're being brought back a steak sandwich. You don't have to cook today? Lucky you. I skipped 2 stitches there. I should have skipped 4 here. I only skipped 2. Because I skipped 2 on the yes. Now we're skipping 4. So what pet are we pet sitting? Dog, cat, parrot, rabbit? I'm guessing a dog. Possibly a cat, but my guess is a dog. So yeah, the headache and whatnot, what you're not seeing, and I don't know if you're noticing any difference. You might, but I am stretching my neck back and forth. So because I felt like it was time to do that. You might pick up on movement, noise, or something. It was the dog mainly. Okay, so there's other pets, but also a dog. I was right. Nice of them to bring you food, though. And when you get the food, would that also be considered you finished with the pet sitting and the owner will be back home and you can do your thing again, whatever that may be? That is good for you. You can feel free again. I doubt that you'd be pet sitting if you didn't like it, though. Just a little bit of tangles. I did see it happening because the yarn was twisting a bit, and I didn't do anything about it. Did you pet sit for long? I'm guessing the owner was gone for quite some time if they needed someone to keep their puppy entertained. There was also payment with booze and smokables, so you couldn't resist. Food and food and fun. Yeah, it sounds like definitely worth taking care of a dog for a bit. Uh, eh, That's definitely also payment, so yeah, nothing to complain about. Of course, that's not payment that, you know, anyone might like, but that definitely sounds like something you're not complaining about. Only a couple hours even. Is there any rules or regulations or whatnot to how long a dog can be kept or like left alone or unattended there? Because we have that here. Chihuahua. So, would you even call that dog sitting? And not to like step on anyone's toes or anything, but that could almost be considered a rat on a string. They are so tiny. I've seen rats bigger than chihuahuas. Yeah, no. I would never have one, but yeah. I take it wasn't the that tiresome to watch this fella. Maybe a little walk around the block or something. Oh, okay. Um, Now we're going back to something that we talked about many weeks ago. Not too many, but it was a couple of live streams ago. We talked about distances. This just randomly popped back in my head. We were talking about how big the city I live in is, and I did get the maps out um, and calculated the distance. How long would it take with a car to go all the way around the city? Um, 32 minutes by car to circle all the way around the city. That's how big my city is. So I could just go like one lap around. Pretty, but yeah, it's definitely not the biggest city. You live in Alberta and Texas, the Texas of Canada. That said, animal cruelty isn't taken lightly here, so not entirely common. Okay. They just didn't want their puppy to be left alone for some time. Small dogs do sometimes have higher maintenance, being fuzzy and whatnot. Of course, there's big dogs that's also a little bit like that, but smaller dogs usually needs a little bit more attention. When we were talking about my city limits, or yeah, uh, I did guess around 30 minutes, 30, 35. So my guess was pretty on point. You said that there was other animals there also? Pet sitting, but mainly the dog. So what else do they have that you may or may not have also taken care of? Because some animals do really take care of themselves pretty good, like cats and whatnot. Okay, 2 cats. Yeah, they might not need that much attention unless they're hungry and out of food. Then they will be bullying until they get food. A rescued kitten, so it's still a little small cute thing. Katrine, there you are. I know you're sad you missed me last time. I don't know if you got the message. I answered to your comment that I was planning on going live. And here I am. I'm happy that you got here while I am live. Yes. How are you doing? All the messes of everything. Have you finished with renovations and whatnot after all the floodings and stuff? Your cats get aggressive about attention as much as food. Well, I can imagine you have a bunch of cats. You know about cats with no food. Definitely not something you play around with too much. He's gotten a lot bigger and better. He's probably around the same age as Mrs. Frosty's. Miss Frosty's little, what was it, Luna? Did did it rings a bell? Is Luna what we called? I think so. You just got home and checked, and here I am. I am. I have been here for 6 hours, but you're here. I'm still gonna be here for a bit, so don't worry. Hmm. You got Luna in May. Yeah, it sounds about right. You had Luna before I moved. Also before you moved, but yeah. You ended up moving into the guest house cabin while the big house ends up getting rewired. It feels strange, but it works. Oh, you have to rewire the whole house. Let's hope that it doesn't happen anything stupid soon again. Like, really? You've had enough. Are you working on something colorful now? I know you wanted to work on something colorful after the blanket, and you did. I did see a picture of some pretty yarns with colors. But is that what you've been working on lately, or just been too busy with all the stuff going on in the house? At least you have a guest house cabin. Not everyone has that. Have you squeezed all your pets in there too? Because I'm guessing they can't be in the house while you're getting all rewired also. If you can't be there, then they aren't there or shouldn't be in the way of electricians. 1, 2, 3, 4. I am gonna do what I just talked about. I'm gonna get you guys to get entertained by my little be right back sign thingy-majig. I'm gonna go and get, I don't know, something for my headache before it gets bad. Stretch my legs and possibly even dehydrate. So a few minutes and I will be right back. And I am back. Let's see here. You did a colorful sundress. Pets have a barn house, and get to visit in the cabin. Take this time to get a drink, dehydrate, and hit the like. Thank you very much for that one. Yeah, that would be a perfect timing to do that. Let's hope that some of you at least considered stretching your legs. You're down to your 4 pets and 7 fostered cats. Most have gone to their forever homes. Oh, that is nice that you don't have too many crammed into this little cabin of yours. So that's good. Sounds like you have the situation under control at least. Which is definitely awesome. So, I wonder how many more rows this is. Like, we are still far from getting into the solids. We have quite the light colors in here before we get close to finished. So, definitely gonna be a bigger one. It keeps growing and growing and growing. There we go. Oh, I like how easy this one is once you figured out how the pattern works. Increases every 4 rows. And other than that, just keep going. I didn't expect this one to be as easy as it is, but it definitely is a good one for fairly mindless crochet. There's the big section that is on the both sides of the center that has this pretty simple pattern part. And then up over the shoulders, we have this little bit more thinking on this section, because here's where you do increases every 4 rounds. But other than that, it's really simple. And the corner at the tip has 2 different variations, so it's like a 2-row repeat on that one. It did take a little bit more focus to do this first part, so once that was finished, it's been smooth sailing since. The cat barn has a heated table and cat shelves. They are spoiled. Well, yeah, um, there's nothing wrong with spoiling them. Thank you. I'm only doing this because Stina made one. Well, she started one. Um, and then I felt like I should do one and not tell her about it. But then I told her about it. So there was no secret. I just wanted to make it like an unofficial crochet along type of thing without her knowing. And then I forgot that I told her. I don't even know what I was doing. It was supposed to be a surprise and then it wasn't. So yeah, there's that. It's a Halloween twister cake. I don't know if this one is available still. Of the Halloween yarns, this might be sold out. If they did they have twisters this Halloween? I don't even remember. I haven't been paying too much attention to the yarns because I realized that hey, no, I'm not getting any of them. So we don't even need to look that much at them. And they have started their pre-Black Friday sale, something Black Month sale is pretty much what they're doing. Awesome prices, the whole month. So I have been keeping an eye out for good deals, but nothing really so far. You're debating on what to do next, a shawl or a cardigan. Well, what do you feel like would be most useful at this point? Did you lose a lot of clothing and whatnot due to all the floodings? Would you need another cardigan, or would a shawl be the better option to keep you snugly and warm the coming, I don't know. I don't know how your weather is going to be the next few months. What feels like the most reasonable option? I did my version of an ugly Christmas sweater. That's what I'm wearing. Um, just as a stash busting project, but also really nice to have something a little bit warmer. Because I have a cold apartment. I have been complaining about that like half the live stream, so we're not going to complain about the cold temperature of my apartment anymore. Um, but I am definitely liking the fact that I have this cardigan now. Sorry for the crinkling, but I want a piece of chocolate. And I need to get into the package. Well, further down into it. Also, would you knit or crochet? Is there anything you're more in the mood for making this project, whatever it is? You're more likely to use a shawl, and you do like those purple and gray cakes. A purple and gray shawl? Is that what might possibly happen? Ooh. So so what do we? I don't know. We don't have that many people here. I have a question. So I was just considering should I bother to put up a poll, but I don't. Yeah, no, we're not that many people. I had a little conversation with my mother yesterday. And she had this conversation with some of her friends that also, crochets and knits, whether knitters or crocheters are the more um, like sloppy ones, or who is more of like, I don't want to say perfectionists, but along those lines, like crocheters versus knitters, who are the more picky ones, or like, yeah, perfectionistic perhaps is the word. What do you guys think? Do you have a thought on this out of curiosity? You're in a crochet mood. You just come across a barely started shawl with shades of sparkly green too. Well, if you have a barely started shawl and it's sparkly, um, that sounds like it might be the project that needs to get some attention. It definitely sounds interesting. Sparkly green. Some sparkly is always good. And regarding this, whether it's crocheters or knitters, that's more, you know, picky, perfectionistic, whatnot. Um, there was some valid reasoning behind some of the answers. So I'm just curious if you guys think similar before I give my answer or opinion on this matter. The knitting needle seems more dangerous than a crochet hook, so you're gonna lean towards the knitters. Seems safer. Both tend to be perfectionists in your experience. Okay. Well, that is probably also true. I'm guessing that also depends a little bit on like the person. Spearmint colored bling it shall be. Bling bling. Some of the comments on this topic was that crocheters are the more picky ones, and knitters are like dropping stiff stitches left, right, and center, and can be like, oh well, and just continue, and not always have perfect tension. And apparently, knitters seems to be a little bit more, yeah, yeah. And I didn't know this. I never really thought about it in that way. I just know I don't knit because I hate losing stitches. I dropping stitches is like the worst thing. So therefore I don't knit. But apparently there's knitters out there that's like, yeah, yeah, whatever. And I would never be able to do that. It's easier to fudge the numbers in crochet and have not being so noticeable than with knitting. That is also probably yeah, it's pretty easy sometimes to just, do whatever if you know how to do the little surgery, extra stitches here or there, if you know what you're doing. It's definitely not easy if you don't know what you're doing. sometimes you just get questions that you never thought of before, and it's you know, opens up your mind to other thoughts and ideas. There we go. You mostly knit lace. A drop stitch ruins your pattern. For sure, if you have patterns, um, I can definitely understand that one. You were just joking, being an ass, by the way. Well, you had some, your point of view. There's Yeah, those needles can be pointy and stabby. Most of us do amazing things. Thank you. Whether a person is good or sloppy, one or the other seems to be individually based. That is also very true. Yes. I never thought of knitters as being like sloppy or whatnot, really. Um, a lot of them do like these really fancy patterns. The people I hang out with, the knitting cafe stuff. But I definitely see like how my mom explained it with, if she drops a stitch, it's not always the that it makes a difference for her. She can be like, yeah, yeah, whatever, and add a stitch. Like, okay, yeah, you do that. I couldn't do it like that. It bothers me. So I don't knit. Maybe I will at some point. I don't know. There's nothing saying that I will never ever knit. Um, Most likely just basic stuff. I knitted a sock, and that sock never got a friend because I guess it was second sock syndrome. As long as it's fairly simple, then yes, I can do it. Like a straight scarf, yes, just back and forth. Maybe I should do leg warmers. I don't have circular needles, but I do have um, five, with DPNs. Have four in the round and working with one. I don't know if they're called anything special, but other than that, they're DPNs. And apparently, some people just use like three, which or four technically, three to have the their work on, and then the fourth to work with, and leaving one behind. I never thought you could do that because I've always seen people work with all of them. There was something. There was a hole chewed in it. That's why you stopped. So you need to frog and save the pretty yarn. Something had been eating on your yarn. Oh no. Yeah, we don't like that. But do you need to? Yeah, I guess frogging is necessary depending on where it's at. Something, something popped up in my head and then it disappeared. I don't even know what. Oh yeah, right. We're talking about knitting needles. Like I have these. These are 3.5 millimeters, and then I had some 4.5 millimeters also red, and some silver ones that I don't know what they are. Maybe threes or fours. Very similar to these ones though. But I've always thought of like you need to have four and then work with the fifth. Like in a square. And then you work with the fifth. Working with three, I guess it does, it's not terrible. I've just never seen it done before. That was a like new experience for me to realize that you can do that. And then you have the last, well, one more to work around. Knitters know what I'm talking about. Maybe it doesn't make sense the way I'm explaining it or trying to. But there's that. Single sock syndrome is hard to overcome. Yep, I don't know what's up with that. I did one, and I wasn't pretty or anything. It just, and then nothing else came of it. Oh, you remember that it was when your sister's puppy came to visit, your project got mauled. Today it will be saved. Well, there's, I guess the time for it is today. Let's hope it feels better after you're finished with it. Yes, that's what we're doing. So will you have to like start totally from the beginning after you've rescued the yarn? Or is there anything that is still savable out of it? Older DPN sets has 4%. The newer ones tend to have 5. Okay, so that is maybe something that has to do with that then. That the people that opened my eyes to the 4 DPNs are used to that because that is what maybe was available when they learned how to knit. It does make sense. Um, I don't think I've seen that ever. So if you go like shopping for vintage stuff, you'll most likely find 4 instead of 5. Knitting in the round with DPNs, at least 3 constantly in use, and the 4th to knit. Yeah. I just never saw that in the past. To me, it was always 4 in constant use and the 5th to knit. But hey, you learn something every day. Or like someone used to say, I don't know, was it one of my old teachers at some point? Probably was. It sounds like something a teacher would say. Every day that you learn something new is a good day. Every day you don't learn anything new is a wasted day. Very very teacher-esque thing to say. So if you don't learn anything new, you wasted the day. Go out and learn something new. go. Skip in a few stitches to continue this pattern. I did get some new, well, all my little video things are redone with new music and whatnot. If you were here early, as in you got to see the intro, I have a new intro. That was just for now, pretty much. It is kind of almost out of season because I was late to the party. No, but I'm gonna play that one because we're not gonna play see it for, well, until next year, pretty much. Um, so if you missed it, we're just gonna take a look at it because it was just a really cute, fun thing, and I'm sad that I wasn't able to use it that much this year. We will definitely see it back here in a year or so. But yeah, why not? What do you guys think? Isn't that the cutest? I'm just sad spooky season is already over. I didn't get to use it. Well, I did get to use it today, but as I said, late to the party. Spooky season already over. But we have it for next year. So there's that. This year has flown by. It has. It has gone pretty fast this year. I do agree. The first 4 rows are salvageable. Well, at least there's something. Unless you decide that the pattern is no longer what you want, and you just save the yarn and start over with something else. Halloween is always over too quick for you. Well, there is a bunch of videos we haven't played yet, but some of them we'll just have to wait. And hopefully I will have more little videos coming, because with this whole new theme of the intro with the Halloween spooky stuff, apparently it sparked a little bit of a train of ideas. I have no idea if it's gonna come to, yeah, that something from the ideas, or if it's just gonna be ideas, but it was apparently not that difficult to change the regular intro to the Halloweeny one. Fingers crossed we might have some other ones for other seasons. So did you guys see a lot of kids out trick or treating? Your neighbors going all crazy with decorations? Anyone crazy enough to start Christmas decorating yet? Or is that too soon? Or when is too soon? Or like, the time to start Christmas decorating, is that something that has a certain, you know, you start doing that after Thanksgiving, or, well, US Thanksgiving in that case? Or is there any other, like, this is the appropriate time to start doing this or that? And Halloween decorations, are they already gone? Or will they stay up until Christmas decorations will replace them? Did anyone play tricks on the kids? Ferrero Rocher wrapped Brussels sprouts, perhaps? Well, they're, trick or treat. It is a trick. Nothing wrong with that. That's what they're asking for, trick or treat. Or potatoes. The potato guy is apparently giving out potatoes instead of candy, or as well as candy. And the kids wanted the potatoes. Silly kids. Oh, almost at the end of this row. I didn't even realize. Felt like I just turned my work. But apparently it's got to be a little bit ago at least, since we're already back to the other side. I just realized something that is probably good with this camera angle. When I switch around and have the camera from above and turn it so you kind of get the vision from where I am sitting, or, as you would be working on it. Um, Probably a nice view also. But like this, when you see me kind of from, the other direction, it would almost be like we're sitting face to face and, crocheting together or crafting together. So it kind of feels like this is also a kind of nice angle, right? You're still cleaning up the kitchen. You hope you can get this finished soon. Sorry for not chatting much. Oh, Rosie, just you keep yourself busy with that and you take breaks as you need. And if you feel like chatting when you take breaks, then feel free to do so, but don't feel like you need to. I'm just happy I can keep you company as you clean. I am still here. Good morning, Spoon. I'm guessing you just woke up. How are you doing? Thank you for keeping me company and making this more tolerable. Well, I'm happy that you feel that way. That is awesome. You did just wake up. You even slept in today since you were up late. That is good. So it is Wednesday for you now. Wednesday morning? Another day waiting by the phone for lab results. Ooh, that doesn't sound great. Let's hope that whatever lab result you're waiting for comes in sooner rather than later so you don't have to wait. And let's hope that the results are as good as possibly can be. Whatever, yeah. Waiting for things to happen is never fun. No matter what it is, it's often more tolerable if you keep yourself busy, but it's still not fun to wait. I didn't even notice last time I had a color change, but I know that I have had color changes. I just didn't pay enough attention to see when that happened. Or if I did, I didn't let you know. The camera angle looks cozy. It almost looks like your lap, but you can see bits of my desk. Yep, my desk. And, well, I've hidden the mouse because it's flashing, so that's why I have this thingy that I normally have to clean my glasses. I felt like this feels like we're kind of almost, facing each other. So if you crochet, we could sit on each side of a desk or something. Same camera angle that I was using when I was working on the scrap basket before. But we haven't done any scrap basketing since before I moved. I still haven't unpacked the supplies for them, so there's that. I should have a bunch more scraps though that I could add to the scrap basket scraps. So there's always something. You like that my desk seems to sit kind of low. Your over camera live stream space is too high. Okay. Well, I do also have a chair that is very, I can move the chair up and down, and the camera is up on my computer screen, and it's kind of high up because there is a second shelf here, and the screen is on top of the second shelf. So that's how I hide my keyboard underneath, because it's a second. It's a little space. Oh, when you're working on stuff, it cuts off your circulation when you're sitting there. That is not so nice. So you need to move around a little bit more often, perhaps, change position and such. Oftentimes, I usually try to hide that shelf and try to just have the camera cut off um, about where the shelf is. But sometimes camera angles are tricky. Your chair is low and your windowsill is high. And your chair isn't adjustable. Usually when you work on socks or small knitting. Perhaps other places, or like change around position for different places is good at that point. Not adjustable. I don't like that for you. But also, I guess you would have changed it if you felt like you needed to. Or like replaced it with something that is adjustable. You're now continuing to make 48 pom-poms for a friend's crochet blanket project. 48 pom-poms, that sounds like you're going to be busy for a little bit. And that sounds like you're also a very great friend for helping a friend do that. Um, I'm not good at making pom-poms, so I would never, never try to attempt that. You thought about getting a hydraulic desk, one that goes up and down. Well, that could also solve issues. Then you could also stand up, which is really good to change it a little bit for that. You're thinking about changing it. See, in this setup I have made me think about it again. This is a IKEA desk with also over the monitor's shelf. And then there's shelves underneath it also. There's a bunch of shelves. She gave you the yarn to use for them. She tried to make one yesterday, but yours were better. Well, you are a very good friend. Um that yeah, I it's probably going to take you some time to make 48 pom-poms. That is I'm not jealous, and I wish I had a friend like you if I needed pom-poms. You hate buying furniture because you aren't totally sure until you have the item at home for a while. Yep. Also, something that I'm guessing you have to think about extra is that you might be moving, um, and you don't want to have like too much furniture that you possibly can't move with you, and then you have to sell it or get rid of it somehow, and that makes it a little extra tricky. Um, the life of a military spouse, moving left, right, and center every so often. Even though you said that you get help with the moving part of it all, but you don't know what the next apartment might look like, how much you can fit, and all of that. Wrapping tightly on the pom-pom maker is the key to success. Good to know. You can't make decent pom-poms. Clover pom-pom maker is the trick. Okay, so there's one in particular that's extra good. Oh, you don't worry about the furniture because they pack it all up. You have much less than what you came there with. Well, I guess that's good if you think about the poor movers that has to deal with everything. Yeah, you don't know what the next space will be like. Does it fit? Is it still usable in the new space? But you still have a few months before you hear anything. In the beginning of next year, I think you said. You brought everything with you and most didn't work, so you gave a lot of the furniture away. That is nice, though. January-ish. Well, I keep my fingers crossed that you get at least some options that might be according to what you want. But I totally get you might not get like all of the choices that you want. It definitely will be interesting because you've been talking about it so much about like where you might possibly end up or where you might want to go. So I am curious. Yeah, you want to hopefully stay in Japan. Well, if you get to stay where you're at, then you don't have to worry about moving your plants and anything for quite some time longer. And the bunnies. No issues with transportation and whatnot. So many options, so many decisions. If you only get one good one, then for sure that would be awesome. The bunnies are more complicated than anything else. I can imagine. Especially if you have to leave Japan, you probably have to get vaccinations and paperworks and whatnot to be able to move them. Furnitures and humans are probably easier than the bunnies. Yep. vaccinations, passport, bunny passports. I'm assuming you need to get something like that, just like with any other traveling pet. And then just getting them to the airport. Yep. Speaking of animals and something that is a really fun story, and this was someone calling into a Swedish radio station not too long ago. Um, there was this person that was supposed to take their cat to the vet to get it, well, neutered or spayed or whatever, fixed. They were supposed to fix their cat, um, and had told their significant other to not let the cat out because, well, we're going to the vet tomorrow. Like, don't let the cat out. And the person woke up late, accidentally slept in, just threw the cat into the um, transport cage, rushed off to the vet, and handed it in. It got fixed. No problem, really. Um, the problem appeared when they came home and realized that their pet cat was still on the couch at home. And apparently, the neighbor had a very, very similar looking cat, and the significant other had let a cat in, not let a cat out because that, wasn't supposed to let the cat out, but they let a cat in and let the neighbor's cat in. And the neighbor's cat went to the vet and got fixed. How do you explain that to your neighbor that you accidentally fixed their cat by a huge mistake? When I heard this, I was like, Is this, did this really happen?" And apparently it did. So yeah, um, really weird story. But sometimes stuff don't go the way they're supposed to. How ashamed would you be coming to your neighbor like, "Hey, I accidentally took your cat to the vet and now it's fixed." Yeah, you're welcome. In this case, it wasn't too bad because that cat was also supposed to be fixed. So it wasn't the biggest mistake ever, but it could have been if it was, a pet used for possible breeding or whatnot. So, um, yeah, be careful what you do when you're in a hurry in the morning. And uh, I can only imagine the horror when you realize that was the mistake you did and explain that to the neighbor. Bunch of paperwork and a couple of days of quarantine. Not too bad. Especially the fat bunny. She's very heavy and needs wheels on her carrier. Yeah, that's not something you're just like carrying very easy to the airport if it needs wheels. You have seen a video of people letting a cat in that looks like their cat, and the cat comes to the window. Yeah, sometimes it's hard to tell the difference between cats. Uh, so it can definitely happen. That part is not, unbelievable. And then they look at the stranger cat in their house who's purring and say, "Who are you?" Yep, you are in my house. These are my humans. You should not be with my humans. They are mine. The betrayal. The humans think it's me. They took someone else. There we go. And one more. One, two, three here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Skip, jump. There's still a couple of hours left until the voting is done, right? It hasn't closed yet. It's not that late yet. I'm guessing. Every state closes at different time. Well, yeah, that also. Different time zones and whatnots. But there's still a long time before there's a result. And I am definitely gonna go to sleep and wake up to possibly find out the result. I am not gonna stay awake and wait for that because there's still a long time to go. And it's already past 1 a.m. So not just different time zones. Some states will close at 7 and some in the same time zone. Another state will close at 9. Okay. Well, I guess it's a lot trickier when you have a big country in different time zones and different states with their own rules and regulations and whatnot. Not something we have to think about in a smaller country like Sweden, where it's just like you have until this time and then everything closes and votes will be counted. With the whole country in the same time zone and yeah, not that big. It's definitely a little less thinking with the planning and things around that. You really think it's going to take a few days to count? Well, what was it? Someone said, did it take 4 days to count last time? And but that will be like counting and then recounting for confirmation, like just double checking or something. I'm assuming just to Make sure. Fingers crossed for as little drama as possible. But there's always going to be that, for sure. Oh, you're looking forward to some of the results of smaller local items you voted on? Smaller local items, like what's just an example of what you mean as a smaller local item? Is it stuff that is in like Japan, or like where would the local stuff be? One was finding for building a much needed new school on base, or I'm guessing that could be the thing. You get to vote for stuff that is over. What I'm asking is, do you get to actually vote for stuff that is happening where you're at? Or, you know, you voted in the US, Washington State, that's your home of residence. Okay, so there was like a school for over there. It's not what is where you're at right now. Naked Snail. Hello, good to see you. How are you doing today? What are you up to? Are you doing something fun today? So whatever you voted for is not for the base or anything like around that. It's around the state where you are would be living if it wasn't for the, deployed part. Oh, that makes sense. Is it hard to keep up to, as you said, there was some local stuff that you could vote for. Is it hard to keep track of what's, going on locally in your state when you are um, abroad like you are? Property taxes goes towards building new schools, so you felt it was important to approve because that's, oh yeah, use the taxes wisely. Sounds like a good thing, for sure. So you at least had a month to research the stuff. That's good though. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Research is always important. Like I did swatches earlier. That's research, and I still wasn't happy. I most likely will frog and do something else, possibly. That is the type of research I can focus my attention to. Swatches. I did swatches. I did. I will continue with one of them. I'm pretty sure I will. I will rip it out and I will redo it. It is pretty though. I have this swatches. Look at the colors. Isn't this pretty? The I didn't know what hook size I wanted or whatnot, so instead of cutting the yarn, I just put stitch markers on every row. So I will have to rip it out just because of that. But this is just a part of it. It's supposed to be a hexagon. As you can see, we have 6 petals, and then it's supposed to be 6 of these leaves. So it will turn into a hexagon with these as the corners. And look at it. It's really pretty. So yeah, I will just redo it later. But I semi-swatched a hexagon. This was really tricky to do, following a tutorial as I was, hanging out on the live stream. So I only did one and I realized it looks really good. So I will redo it. I have no idea what I'm gonna do with hexagons that is flowers, but I feel like I want to do some. Or I will just make a bag out of this yarn because I really loved how the yarn works up. So I might do a bag. And I don't think this much hole in a bag is a good thing. But I really loved how this leafy part looks. Very different. You got to pop in the shower for a moment and then we can chat about swatches. Well, this is the swatchy. If you're missing out, you're missing out. Thank you. Can make an Afghan. I don't have that much yarn though. I have they are looking like this. So I have 6 of the green and then I have 2 of the dark pink and 2 of the light pink. So I don't have too much yarn, but definitely I have enough yarn to make a bag or something. But that's what I have in here. So I did that. But I really liked how the yarn is to work with. It's 100% cotton, but it has this like shine to it almost, or like a sheen thing. I really liked it. The stitch definition is really awesome. So I'm happy about it for sure. So many options, so many things to do. So there's that. Oh, there we go. I'm just thinking, like, I have other yarns I could make those flowers out of, I guess. I just don't know if they would work as good. Um, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, the leaf really is something special. That's what got me to really want to try that one, because it's definitely not your typical type of hexagon. But the yarn itself really somehow is telling me that it wants to become a bag, and a bag with many holes in is not a very great bag for holding things and keeping them from not falling out. So I'm torn because the yarn itself is really gorgeous and I don't have unlimited amount of it. If I had more, I could definitely do both a bag and the flowers and maybe even something else. I don't know. But just, yeah, you can't have it all, can you? And in this case, I don't have it all. So you get to line it. I don't know. The holes are still too big. It might look weird to have it lined. An apple bag for like larger things like fruits and stuff. Maybe. I just don't really use those types of bags, which is in itself maybe sad. I don't know. Should I use those types of bags? The bag that the yarn was in is one of the bags or like the type of bag I normally use. It's, reusable thin fabric from IKEA. I have a bunch of these. So, and it does fold in. There's a little pocket, so you just fold it to where it fits in this, and it doesn't take um, a lot of space, which is really easy to just pop in my backpack, which is what I normally use when I go out because I can fit a lot of things in it. And if I need the extra bags, I will use that too. I can make a garland and hang it up in my window. I could do that. That will make for the most color I have. Like if I put it in my living room, there's not a lot of color in here. So that would be, well, besides all the yarn and whatnot that's going on in this corner. The rest of my living room is very not so colorful. So maybe it could need that. We'll see. Not totally out of the question. I just don't know if it will look good or look too much. I am a Swede, the land of IKEA and quite minimalist when it comes to interior designing. Not my favorite thing to do. Try to hide stuff like the kids' toys and whatnot. That's, yeah, part of the decoration, I guess. Kids' toys all over. Hard to guess until I try it. That is also true. I kind of did swatch something else also, but I don't know what's going to happen to that. Um, swatch and swatch. I started something that possibly could be, well, I did swatch like single crochet, double crochet, and then I started to make a hat from the, top down hat, and then I frogged it, and I started a cowl, and I think it's going to be too big, so I'm probably going to frog that one too. But I did swatch the yarn first, just, a little bit of single crochet, double crochet. The yarn is really nice to frog, so that's, at least there's that. And it looks like this at the moment. This is how much I have. But first I just did like a swatch, I guess this wide. Um, 2 rows of single crochet and then 2 rows of double crochet just to feel how it worked out. I did another swatchy. I did. The yarn looks like this. Very fluffy and colorful. It is really nice. But I don't know. I'm thinking it might turn into a sweater or something for Mini-Me, if measurement turns out decently, and it will be a little bit of, I don't know if I have enough yarn or not, and I cannot get more of that yarn. So there's, yeah, we'll see. I might just frog it and leave the yarn be for, I don't know, a year or three. And then I'll find it again and be like, yeah, let's do something with it. We'll see. Definitely easy to frog though, so it has that on its, good side. Frogability high, which you probably wouldn't think with a fuzzy yarn like that, but I was surprised. So I'm surprising you by doing swatchies. Is that what you're saying? I did too. That might need more of a cluster texture like moss stitch or something. Possibly. It was buttery smooth to crochet with. So I really liked working with it. And I know that when I got it, I was like, I want a cardigan amount of this yarn, and I wasn't able to get that. So not that color though. I have 2 skeins of that one and 2 of another color that I love even more. So I don't know. We shall see what that turns into. We all go through swatchies phases. Possibly. Well, sometimes it just requires swatchies. At least now I know what pattern I'm probably going to use for this one to make a poncho for Rita's mom. So that's nice. I got an approval for a pattern. So we shall see if that turns out as I wanted it to. I can always go to Ravelry and put the info in and ask if anyone has. I know that is a possibility. Tricky part with that is that it feels like most people that uses Ravelry is far away. The yarn is from like pretty much a local. I guess you could compare it to a dollar store or yeah, something like that. And but it's a Swedish store. Um, and I have no idea if there's anything similar from another yarn brand, but it's from a Swedish, not so big store, and I'm guessing if anyone has it, it's someone in Sweden, and I don't know if I can find that on Ravelry. I would probably have to go through other like Facebook groups of Swedish. There's a couple of Facebook groups with just yarny peeps where I think I would have more luck. Um, I don't know if there's that many Swedes on Ravelry. There might be. It's just probably not as easy as finding more common colors or uh, yarns. Yeah, I had a pattern idea popping up in my head, and now Rita saw it and I got it approved. So plans are slowly coming to life, possibly. We'll see. The thing was that worried me was that her mom said that she wanted a fairly, not so much holes or um but I'm guessing more of like a solid type of pattern. Um which when I'm thinking solid, I'm thinking like pretty much like double crochets, not so much holes. Um and I found a pattern that I thought will work great, and I have done it in a shawl in the past, and I got the shawl out. So I have another version, not the poncho, but a shawl, and it looks like this. Oh, cable, silly cable. Um, and as you can see, there's plenty of holes. There's also popcorns, and it almost looks like a Christmas garland. Let's flip it over, and you can maybe get a little bit of a better view of it. It feels like Christmas garlands, um, but it just has a little bit more hole and more texture than I thought um, was what she was asking for. I just thought it was cute when I found a poncho version of the same pattern. And Rita said yes, so I will try and do that. You're home and out of the shower. Only clean chat now. So now you don't smell like puppy anymore. The thing was also um, the blue and red shawl that I recently made in moss stitch, the one that I called cherries on top because it had all these leaves and beads. That yarn came from Rita, and now when the shawl was finished, I returned it to them. And her mother now claimed it, so she has now the shawl that is totally solid. There's no holes in that one whatsoever since it's moss stitch. So she does have that as an option. Um, and I guess with having that as the option to a poncho that has more of a open texture like this, because it's just double crochet chain one and then single crochet one round. She does have something that is like totally solid for days when she's feeling really cold, and then something like this for when she's feeling more fancy. But I have some popcorns in my future. At least it's not bubble stitches or puff stitches, it's popcorns. And I do appreciate me some good popcorns. But definitely wasn't the smartest pick of this yarn, because the pattern really doesn't look good when there's too much going on in the yarn. Definitely looks better in a solid, or probably a more gradual fade. The white versus the red are very, just a lot of going on. This is Lost in Time, is the pattern of this one, and the Lost in Time poncho is a variation of that pattern, made not by the designer, but someone else made it and took notes and got the pattern designer's approval to share the notes on that one. The pattern itself is a free pattern, so but I'm not gonna start that just yet. I have some stuff I need to finish before I feel like I can start it and not feel bad about it. You and your puffies and popcorns and baubles, doodlies, nubs, and lumpadumbles. Well, popcorns are fun to make. The other ones, not so much. Popcorns, I don't know, I make it, the way you make a popcorn makes it easier to control, to make sure that they're like even in a way, more consistent. I think that's why I like them better. You're looking for a shawl that is not a normal triangular. You want longer on top and short and squatty. Um, More like, maybe I have one that could possibly be what you're looking for. I actually have a bunch of them. Let's see where I have one close by here. So I have made this pattern a bunch of times. I don't know how many times, to be honest. I can probably get another 2, 3 or something other than the one I just grabbed. Um, this one is a bit bigger though, so this might be hard to actually show you what it is, but it is longer up top and not so tall at the middle, because the way you make it is in a way so it's kind of getting a little bit more rounded and not so pointy. This is the Kriya shawl by Tina. Tina is the Mosaic Queen from Iceland, but she is Tina Torvaldur something something. And this has easy pattern tutorial on her YouTube's. I have the exact same shawl in. This is a cotton cake. I have made one in a sparkly yarn also. You know Tina because yeah, this is the Kriya by her. Why it is more rounded is because you only increase every other row and you don't increase every row, but you increase on the ends every row. So every other row there's an increase. So it's like a 2-row repeat thing going on the in the center. So you do get a more rounded one. You were asking for the spelling. No, 2N. Um, I really love this pattern. As you see, I have 2 shawls there. I I have a bunch of her shawls, or like a bunch. Okay, so the most recent one I made was my Halloweeny one. We have another one of those. Korea. I can spell it out. But see, I have made it a bunch of times. So it's not like a crescent one, but it's less pointy of a triangular one. So we have let's go and just I can find you. So here we go. Here we have it. So that's I don't want to say it's my go-to, but I have done more of that one than any of the other shawls I have done in the past. I do like how easy it is. That is definitely one you can do. You know, once you've done it a few rows, you will not have to refer to the pattern and can just continue. You know, on the bus or whatever if you do that type of thing. I did it the latest one I did, the Halloween, that was a project I had on the bus. And as you might have seen, even though we just looked at them really quickly, if you use a color changing yarn, you can get really fun things going on. I do have more of this. See here, we have plenty of things going on with the color changes in this yarn. I don't have that exact same colorway, but I do have, this is what the yarn looks like. It's the same yarn, just another colorway. So if you have fun yarns like this is actually also the same sparkly Hobie universe. But it does look a little extra with these like zigzaggy because you get one color on each row pretty much when you get further down, if it's not that long color changes. See, you have the same very similar thing going on here. It's fun to do this one with color changing yarn just because you get this effect. It's a little different. Sparkles! Plenty of sparkles here. Yep. I have worn this one out so much. This has been one of my go-to shawls to use for quite some time. Since this one is really new, I have barely used this one. Is it heavy depending on the fiber used? Well, these ones are one weight acrylics, 98% acrylic, 2% polyester, but it's a super fine one weight. And I use like 3.5 millimeter crochet hooks for this one, and I've used 2 cakes for these shawls because I like how big they get with 2 cakes. When I made it out of the cotton cake, see, 2 cakes of this would be 200 grams. When I make it out of the cotton cakes are also 200 grams. And the same thickness. I like my one weights, possibly a 2 weight. That is like my comfort zone with, I want shawls to be light and drapey most of the time. If you use a thicker yarn, yes, of course it's going to be heavier. But both cotton and acrylic is definitely not heavy. Cotton looks heavy. It isn't. And it's also like really nice and drapey. I guess this lacks the shine and it might be more matte looking and therefore it might look heavier. But it is the same amount of yarn used, 200 grams. It's 200 grams in both. So there's no difference in that. The only difference is that the cotton one is actually slightly bigger than the other ones. But I guess it also has to do with like the thickness of the fibers. Yeah, this is not shiny. This is just, it's not a bland, dull, matte cotton because there's nothing bland about it. We have some color changes to it with this ombre thing going on, but it's definitely not as shiny. Me and my Hobie Universe addiction. Well, I don't have that many Hobie Universe still to play around with. I have Regal the Star, and I do have the white and gray one, or white, gray, black one. And I do have a little bit left of a Christmas one. But that is my collection of Hobie Universe. 3 different colorways. I wouldn't say that that's an addiction. I do like the shiny sparklies though. But do you blame me? It's shiny and sparkly. I want to say I have this one also in. Do I have it there? Yes, I do. I do have this one. Another one in cotton. We have it in orange to like a raspberry pinkish color, and then blue, really bright blue and more of a navy blue. So here's a little bit more going on in a cotton cake, also cotton. This is a Black Friday limited edition colorway, I think. Also in her tutorial, she puts tassels on it. She has a tassel in the center, middle, and tassels on the sides. And as you can see, there's no tassels on mine because I am not a tassel person. Yes, Hobie Yarns, welcome to the world of Hobie Yarns. I have mostly Hobie Yarns. Like, I want to say 90% of my stash is Hobie Yarns. It has been growing to include more other things. I have some some other yarns, mostly gifted. When I buy yarns, I buy from Hobie. Hobie is in Denmark. I'm in Sweden. It would take me from door to door, most likely around 8 hours to get me to a Hobie store. So one day I will go to a Hobie store. Hopefully, that is, it's possible. And sometimes, most of the time, when I order from Hobie, I can get it delivered like within the next 2 to 3 days. I've had orders that I've placed early in the morning one day and I have it next day delivery. So therefore, I have a lot of Hobie because it's easy for me to get. It's also compared to other prices of yarns in my area, um, very affordable. It's kind of almost like my cheap yarn. Um, you have gotten shipped. It doesn't take long for you either. Okay. You're gonna go and start your day before I start the Hobie enabling. Well, I know, Spoon, that you love you some Hobie, but I'm gonna poke you anyway if there's any really good deals. I think Dolce Cashmere was at 40, was it 43, 45% off? But I don't know if there was any Dolces that you were looking to get more of, or if that's a good enough deal. But I think you might have already seen that one, possibly. Now I lost where I was. See, I got to enable a little bit, possibly, if she still listens. Um, it doesn't take long to ship in the US. They have a US warehouse. But are they shipping from there though? We did talk about that not too long ago. That you got shipped stuff to you and they were shipped from Denmark still, even though Dolce is on your very short list. Yep. Maybe you should go and look at the Dolce. I know she's gonna be like, why did you tell me to go and look at it? And now I have to order more. Me and the enabling. There should always be a disclaimer, but I am in no way, shape, or form affiliated or sponsored or anything. Possibly, sponsored wise, well, sometimes I get, nice gifts from you guys with super chats and whatnot, and that might go into buying me some more Hobie. So it's more sponsored by you than anyone else. Or, not by companies. And that was to your Japan address. If you ship to the US address, it's. But have you tried it? That's what I was asking. Did you try it to ship from Hobie to your US address to see if it actually does that? Or if it's just like some things? Because I hear most of the people are just still complaining about the stuff lost in transit and whatnot. So I am not fully sure that they are shipping from a US warehouse. Because why would people still be complaining that the orders are still taking a long time? And that the tracking stops once it reaches like US customs. Because I'm thinking since Some of the yarns are like sold in the US only and not for everyone outside of the US. That possibly those yarns are the ones that's shipped from within the US and not the other ones, that the other ones are normal, just, shipped as normal from Denmark. You're working on a hedgehog fidget with beads for your sister kids. So far, you have the nose, which looks like a nipple. Nothing wrong with that. I don't have the. Do I? I might have it still, or did I accidentally just get rid of it while I was moving? No, I still have it. Speaking of nipple, I'll show you what I did. I was supposed to just try and make a flower, and I wasn't, you know, following a pattern or anything. But it's full of popcorns, and I made it out of this velvety yarn, and the colors make it looks very much like a nipple also, and it turned out to more of a poppet situation because I guess I wasn't thinking too much of possible, increases, decreases. Should have used another hook size maybe, and it looks very much like a boob. The boob poppet flower. Yeah. Sometimes you just do things and they end up looking like something else. I have a couple of items like that. Some of them are often making appearances here, like my hammerhead shark and the unicorn seahorse. I'm guessing you have not seen them. I did have them here close by because I was talking about them the other day. So I made this pretty little unicorn seahorse. This little pretty unicorn seahorse didn't have, fins or eyes or the horn. Also, it didn't have, this little ridge going on there at the beginning. And this little tail part was also not curled up. It's curled up and sewn together at the end. So if you just think that it has nothing else but the white body, it might look like something that you will find in an adult toy store. Yes. We have a magic wand. We have that. We also have a hammerhead shark. The hammerhead shark also had a little bit of a different appearance before it got its fins. See, if we remove the fins, it has a very peculiar shape that might lead someone to think about something else you can find in the same type of toy store. So there's that. And yeah, some of my vegetables and whatnot that we were looking through earlier. Um, the eggplant. Yeah, there's reasons for me making all of these because I am silly. And we have a lot of fun here when my kids are not around. Well, my kids are never around when I live stream. Occasionally, I do have Big Kid around because he knows to not disturb or appear on camera. That's my big thing. Like, I don't want my kids on the YouTubes because my YouTubes is about my crochet and yarn and other silly things, not my kids. They do not have anything to do with this space. They are cute once finished, but yeah, and it does spark your imagination. And we have a lot of fun. It's just not been that much time for fun in a while, so I'm yeah. hopefully back on track with my live streams. Now I have all my little cute videos again that I can use for, well, like I used to use them. The members video. I have a video for like super thanks and super stickers and, donations. A lot of little fun videos. And I haven't been able to use them for a bit for reasons or issues with the music. So the music gets sorted and now I can use them again, which is awesome. Well, we are getting close to 8 hours. I've been here for 7 hours and 54 minutes. Is it possibly time to wrap it up? It's 2:10 a.m. and I probably should go and get some sleep. I'm not stressing because I'm not really that tired. I am, however, starting to get a little hungry. And also the outro is fixed, so we will be playing that for sure in a little bit. But we'll definitely need to pass the 8-hour mark before I wrap it up because it's, close to that. So still a little bit of hangout time. This was just a little, I don't know, heads up. Me realizing what time it is, and yeah, plenty of fun as always when I get to hang out with you guys. How's it going, Rosie? Kitchen starting to get better? Oh, come on. It is looking flatter. Yep, not much left now. You're still going. You're ready to actually cry. Is it that bad? You still feel like you have a lot to do? You don't know if you're going to get all of it done tonight. Oh, I'm sorry. Your buddy was just out having a smoke with you, commenting about me still being live crocheting. He was like, wasn't that chick that was live before you went out this morning? Well, hi to your friend if he's still listening. But yeah, maybe a little crazy. Just tell him I'm from Sweden and nothing I do makes sense. So it's all good, right? That should explain everything. uh, maybe, possibly, I don't know. How about we do like this for a bit? Let's we can do like this. I'm just gonna make sure to not rock everything here and get you guys back up here. Peekaboo. Yeah, I'm just put this back on because why not? He knows I'm good, but he did admire the dedication. Awesome. You would have cried a long time ago if you didn't have company. Well, I am happy that I could keep you company. Maybe I should keep you company for longer, but I feel like the crocheting is pretty much done for now. So I'm just gonna, not crochet. Yeah. Spooky stuff going on still. There was something else I was thinking about. What was it I was thinking about? I don't know. It disappeared. I'm gonna say cheers because I can. I still have some left. I haven't finished it. Like, yeah, it's the second can, but um, putting a stitch marker in this one because, yeah, we don't want that one to unravel. There was something. I was thinking about something. Well, we didn't mention the pickle. We did have the snail. Where is the snail? Where did I put this? The snail is over here. We did have the snail out and about, but we never talked about the pickle. And the pickle and the snail are friends. Yeah. I have a pickle that's bigger than most pickles. And still up for debate. Should I put snail trails on the pickle or not? One day we'll probably have snail trails on the pickle. Because why not? Right. I wanted to do that. I wanted to thank my members. Because I have a bunch of members and I love you guys. I'm so happy I got my videos back. But definitely had an awesome time with everyone tonight. It's been a long one. It's been people in the scrap basket. And I need to thank all of them too. If you've been in the scrap basket just hanging out um, at any time tonight, because some of you are, chatting for a bit and then you're scrap basking a little bit. Just, I really appreciate you hanging out. They are so silly and I love them. It's just awesome. We need to do this again. I'm guessing next time's not going to be an 8-hour one, but today it was, and it's been a lot of fun. So I hope to see you again soon, and we get to see the new outro. Well, the new old outro with some new music. But for now, I love you all. Have a great rest of your day, morning, whatever you're gonna do. And I just love your company. Mwah. Bye for now.